everybody, we're alive. Well, mostly anyway. Everybody can hear me, I hope. I had a minor problem with the microphone. I just got it working in the nick of time. The gremlins are out today apparently. But we're here now. So let's say hello to everybody. Let me go back to the beginning here. It looks like Spike Man got the cookie. Thomas, good to see you in here. And let me turn that down. And let's see who got the half cookie. Looks like Tom Grassi got the half cookie. Tom, good to see you here. And Gerald Stewart, how you doing, Gerald? Good to see you here. And let's see who else we got. Yeah, Messy Mason. Hey, Messy. Good to see you here, man. John Nippenberg. Landmark Yards. Cool. Change your name a little bit. Good to see you here. Russ Rockano. Good to see you here, Russ. Looks like you shortened yours a little bit, too. Anfield Road Layout in the Loft. Lee, how's it going? Good to see you here. Dundas Junction Model Railroad. James, good to see you. Alright, jumping around on here. Schuylkill River Valley. John, good to see you. Nashville Steam 42. Alright, you must have two fucking email handles or whatever. Go back to Spike Man. Or I'm just going to ignore you. Chuck Schreiber, 3265. Hey Chuck, how's it going? Good to see you here. Let's see who else we got. Still scrolling. DWM Trains. Dave, how's it going, Dave? Good to see you here. And we're jumping again. Joe Rader, Black Rock Central. Hey, Joe, good to see you. And that's everybody so far. James says, I don't know who's on first. I don't either, man. Let me kill the sound on this thing. It's very loud. Let's see. I think it's this one here. Yep, there we go. Okay. We can have our stream in some quiet now. Tom says, let me see where I got it. It looks like YouTube made another change. Does anyone know what it is? I see. Let's see who can guess what changed. I don't see anything obvious, but that doesn't mean anything. Well, they got analytics up there now. And edit video. I don't know if that's because I'm seeing it on my computer. Is that what you're talking about? Hey, GRE 2057, good to see you here. Hot Dog Pie and Andy, good to see you too. So did I call it right on that one, or is it something else, Tom? It's hard to tell anymore, you know, it's just too many changes going on constantly. hype stuff. Beats me. Man, I need a soda. See, I'm having one of those days already. Our handles are showing. I don't know. Come on, Tom, clue us in. What's different? We're not doing too good here trying to figure it out. Just look what is showing for the people who are now watching. They're using the channel full name now. Oh, okay, yeah. And I'm saying hello to everybody, and I didn't even notice that. You're right. They are showing the full handle. I don't know why. It just seems kind of weird. I guess some of it's different because, like Hot Dog Pilot, before you say Hot Dog Pilot Andy, now it says Hot Dog Pilot 6319. So you guys didn't actually change your names. So the handles names instead of our channel name. Alright, so is that why you're using Nashville Steam, Thomas, instead of Spike Man? Jim, yes, before you did not have the number. They must have like just did this. Because I'm looking back in my, here, let me go back here. I don't even know if I can go back. No, I can't go back far enough, but I was talking to Thomas earlier. He was under Spike Man. Then all of a sudden it changed to Nashville Steam 42. What the fuck are these idiots doing? Hey, Gigliottis, how you doing, Ray? Good to see you here. Gerald Stewart, hey, Gerald, how's it going? He said, I'm late, I was eating dinner. No problem. This hype stuff is new. Yeah, it is. It's brand new. Like, just happened. What the fuck? You know, YouTube's really screwing up and kind of pissing me off a little bit. That way you can't leave nothing alone. If it ain't broke, don't fix it. Jim, the Spike Man is on with 2 accounts, that's all. I don't think so. Because it's going back to his original handle. Well, not original, but that's his actual handle for his channel. Even you, Tom, you got Thomas Grassy 8817. Hey, Ray Bertelson, how you doing? Good to see you here. He says they're using our channel names. The same, mine is the same without the 6090 thingy. I'll tell you what, it's enough to drive you fucking nuts. I shouldn't be too damn surprised, I guess. Lee says YouTube been rolling out all the new things out to make it better to find their channel. GRE 2050 said mine is still the same. I refuse to do the update. There you go. Nashville said Thomas says screw tube. Even James's handle is Dundas Junction Model Railroad Jam 8267. And James says, I don't know what it does. Now, this is crazy shit, man. I'll tell you what. It's weird that it happened just like literally in a split second. But I shouldn't be too damn surprised either way. It's the way it goes, I suppose. Anyway, it makes it easier for the government to track us. Yeah, you might be right about that, Joe. I wouldn't be too bit surprised. Seems like a lot of stuff is going on that kind of points toward that, doesn't it? All right, Lee, have a good one. We'll see you later. You might have scared Lee off, Joe. And is the government still closed? As far as I know, Dave, it's just, I know the people on food stamps or EBT are having hissies because as of November 1st, there'll be no more food stamps if the government doesn't reopen. So expect things to get crazy nationwide if that happens. As far as I know, the Democrats will not relent. They are hell-bent on getting free health care for illegals, and they won't back down, and it's not going to open until they literally back down and say, okay, they don't need to have health care. That may be true, GRE. I'm not sure. I mean, I'm on disability. Jade says they want tax dollars from my ass over here. Of course they want money from taxes. Ray Bertelson 6090. I am saying hi to all that said hi back, even though I have no clue who you are under this new YouTube thing. I have no idea. James says our government's open for business. Yeah, up in Canada. But, you know, we don't really care about Canada because we're here in America. No offense, but, you know, our government shut down. It doesn't look like it's going to open anytime soon. We'll have to wait and see what happens with that, but, so I'm saying there's a whole lot of stuff going on. This isn't train related, but I was watching a YouTube video earlier and they're talking about Florida, Texas, and California are cracking down on... Uh-oh, that didn't sound good. Nope. We had a derailment. Hang on a second. I wonder what happened. Let's see if I can get back on track over here. 05, yeah, okay. I don't know what's going on with things. They said the gremlins are out today. Alright, let's try that again. Oh shit, that one's off too. That's weird. I don't know what the hell's going on here. They have to shut them down. Yeah, well, I guess can't expect too much, right? Crooked Dave. Hey, Crooked River and Eastern Railroad. Hey, Dave. We got some weird shit going on here in YouTube. All the channel names sort of changed. Yeah, looks like I derailed again. Come on. Alright, we'll just shut them down now. Figure that out later. Yeah, they're using actual full channel names now instead of, or channel handles or whatever, instead of what we were using to begin with. So you might be a little confused about who's who in some cases. Crazy, right? So between that and the gremlins over here in my layout, I don't know what the hell. So first I had a microphone problem. I had camera problems earlier today. I finally got them sorted out. And then for some reason the microphone quit working. And I got that fully worked out. Now, trains have been working for the last 2 hours. No problem until I go live. The icons around the edges look a little odd as well. Do they? Yeah, I guess they kind of do. And Joe says they did this shit on Dave Scott's show the other night. And Dave says the Senate, Thomas, needs 60 votes to pass the continuing resolution. Dems are holding it up. Yeah, because they're hell-bent on giving the illegals health care. It's bullshit, you know. And who's supposed to pay for this? I guess we are, right? I don't know what the hell's wrong with them Democrats. I swear we should realistically deport them all. Every last fucking one of them. So, alright, let's talk about trains and other stuff here. I started painting a mini-me. Well, actually, I finished it. But you can't really tell. I was going to take a better picture of it with my Nikon. Except the damn batteries are dead. I got them on the charger. They're not taking the charge. So I think I'm going to have to buy some new batteries. They're about 5 years old anyway. So they're probably long dead. Hey, Anthony, how's it going? Good to see you. So, yes, let's talk trains. Absolutely. So anyway, but I did come up with a picture. I did a screenshot from Tom Grassie's site to give you a better idea. Where is it? Right here. Here's a picture of the mini-me's. I'm the one in black. And I think Tom's the one in the middle. And another Dave is on the left, I believe. So, I think I got that right. But anyway, that's what I look like. And I'll tell you what, he had his girlfriend Barbara do the painting on that. And it looks like she even did the beard. Because I did the beard too, and it was really tough. I didn't use straight white. I kind of do the mixture of white and gray. So I get a little bit of non-conformity in there. It came out pretty good, so I wanted to get a good close-up sharp picture of it. I was going to use the Nikon to do it and then post it, but didn't happen. Actually, Tom Grassie did. And I should probably talk about this again. Tom Grassie has a software program that can take a photograph and convert it through a 3D STL file. And that's what he did. I sent him a picture of myself. Full-length picture with a white background so it was easy for him to deal with. And he went ahead and converted it over to a 3D image, and he actually printed 30 of them and kept one for himself and gave me 29. So yeah, I know, it does actually look like me, man. It's, you know, my fat ass and everything. So, Jim, I'm on the left, DB Tech Dave is in the middle, and you're on the right. Why do you look so short? Aren't you taller than me, Dave? Or Tom? Let me go back there and look at this again. Yeah, this here, you're actually shorter than me. But in real life, you're taller than I am. Aren't you like 6 foot or 6'1", something like that? You'll have to get with Tom Grassi on that one, Ray. I don't really know much about it. But he's asking anybody who wants a mini-me done of themselves to send him a picture, and he'll go ahead and set you up with whatever you need. And it's a hell of a deal. A few people have already taken up on it, so good deal. Let's see what else here. It looks just like... So, let me go back to me again. So, anyway, I got 30 of them. I'm going to give away probably about, probably 20 of them. And Anthony's getting one from Georgia Sunbelt. Crooked Dave's getting one. And Gerald Stewart's getting one. And I think that's everybody. I don't know, I've got a list. But if you guys want one, I will send you one. Unpainted. You have to paint it yourself. But I'll send you one free of charge. So if you want one, just, use my email right down there. And send me an email saying, hey, I want a mini-me of you or whatever. And I'll send you one. While supplies last. Oh, okay, Tom, that makes sense. Yeah, because you're really short there. Because I'm 5'6", and you're looking at like 5'5", 5'4" there. I'm thinking, that's why I thought the guy in the middle was you. Because, you're taller than me, but... what the hell do I know, right? Ray says, we all know since we have never seen you from the waist down are the mini tank tops and butt crack. Just messing with you. It looks good. Yeah, no butt crack. But, it does, considering the picture is, basically one or two dimensional. I get 2D. I don't know how it calculates what you would look like from the back. But I looked at the back of mine and I'm thinking, well, shit. I know you can't really tell here. But it actually looks like the back of me. And then, of course, the front, like I said, I got a belly. Of course, you guys know that. And it's pretty good. I mean, it's, it's got my beard. And I said I got my gray hair and gray beard. And I'm wearing a tank top, so... I'm amazed at how well it came out, so... James says you can't afford the shipping cost. Yeah, I know, James. Unfortunately, I'm not sending nothing to Canada. You guys are crazy up there with what you're getting for your mail. That's nuts. Joe, you want one? Send me an email, man. Yeah, I'm pretty sure I got your address, so you shouldn't have to give me an address. I got to get some plastic boxes to put them in. I'm going to do that tomorrow. I'm going to go to the dollar store and see what I can find. And some padded envelopes. And I'll be shipping them out. So they'll probably all go out Saturday, hopefully. Let's see what else we have. Jim, DV Tech Dave is 6'2" or 6'3". Yeah, he's tall. I guess that would make him right then, huh? Let's see. Thomas says, Jim, the 3D printed Polar Express wooden train looks nice. That's cool. Thomas, once you get a bunch, I'd love to see you package a group of us for sale. I'd love to have a meet and greet scene on my layout. There you go. Dave, I still got the file for yours. If you want, I could send a copy of that to Tom, and then he could print it up and put you on his layout, too. It's up to you if you want to do that. Hey, Dwight, Crowley Express, how you doing? And James says, that's okay, I will get from mini prints. No problem. I have to find a photo from 20 years ago. Now you sound like my wife, Dave. I wanted to have her send a picture to Tom because I want to put her up in layout too because I've got a jar and bottle factory that she owns, on the layout, and I wanted to put her in front of it. And she's like, I gotta find an older picture. I said, no, you gotta have a picture for right now. That's cheating getting an old one. Come on. We all look like hell anyway now. Yeah, deal with it, right? Tom says, Crooked Dave, I'm doing this as a courtesy to all my YouTube friends and family. Cool. Jim, that's totally fine. Yeah, I will, Dave, because I'm sure Tom would want one. Like I said, I've still got the file. I still got to print one of you too. I've never gotten around to actually print one. I got the damn file, and I think I got a file for Tom too, and I haven't printed that one out yet either. So I gotta quit fucking around and get some stuff going. I haven't fired up the resin printer in like 2 months. So Dave says I'll be seeing a bunch of YouTube guys on November 1st. If guys are up for it, I'll take their pics and forward. Yeah, there you go. I think that's a cool idea. I would do that too. Have like a meet and greet on my layout. What the hell? No, Tom's up for it, so I think that's a really cool idea. Yeah, I said Tom's a good guy, man. He takes good care of all of us. Actually, he's been really helping me out with my printer. The hell is it? I can't see it from here, but the one Viper's been down for a while now, and he sent me the parts for it last week. The parts I thought I needed, which I did. Hey Derek, how's it going? Oh no, there's two of you. I would love to have them. Hey, send me an email, man. I'll send you one. Just send me an email. Use my email right here, and say, hey, I want a mini me of you or whatever. I'll get one out to you, free of charge. So, what the hell I do with that thing? I got everything together on the printer, and now I think about it, I was having issues with it before. It sort of worked, but it wasn't working correctly, and the reason being is this little PC board sits in the back where the build plate is, and there's supposed to be a trigger switch, this white piece right here, and you can see the switch is gone. It's toast. And I guess it was sort of half-assed there before, but it would make weird noises. Well, now that's completely gone, it goes back there and throws the code and shuts down. So I asked Tom, and they said, hey, can you send me the part off your broken one? So he mailed it out to me. I think I'll have it Friday. But, yeah, is it in the Ybor City already? That's quick. I was hoping, yeah, it was supposed to be here tomorrow. I was hoping to get it today, but not quite. So, because everything else has been early as hell, but not this one. And the problem is, you can't get these parts anymore because they discontinued the Anycubic Viper, and they discontinued all the parts too. The only thing I could buy is a hot end, which is pretty generic, But any of the electronics in there you can't get, belts you can't get. It's fucking bullshit. So after I get this thing running again, if it quits again, then that's pretty gonna be it. Then I'll be looking for the other one that Tom bought, the A1. Costs more, but hey, at least to get parts for it, right? Hey Bernard, how's it going? Not having a good day. Someone put yellow milk in my cornflakes to start the day off. Yellow milk. I pissed in your Cheerios. I'm having a day like that. I already had gremlins on the layout. The trains were screwing up right after the initial 15 minutes. And then my Nikon, I was going to take a picture of the mini-me that I painted up. This one right here. Because you can't really see it too well because it's fucking small. So I was going to take a picture with the Nikon and post a nice sharp blow-up picture, but fucking batteries are dead. And they're not taking a charge. Is these right here. I started out with 8 of them and they've been going one after another. So I think I'm just going to have to buy a couple of brand new ones. It's always something. They want you to buy a new... Yeah, probably. I wouldn't be surprised. That's the way things... I mean, it's all, you know, it's all designed to fail when you really need it. Like I said, I had the second one. The second one is the newer one. It's a year newer. And it's still going good, knock wood, you know. But, like I said, I'm going to get the... I can't remember what the name of it is now. The same one that Tom bought recently, well, back a ways. I'm going to get the one, the big one. It's $600, but hey, you know, it actually does a nicer job than the Anycubic does. And I'll just have to settle for just having one printer because I can afford to buy 2 of them, you know. And it is what it is. As I 3D print the people, I use Meshy AI. You convert a photo to an STL file. I showed this process. That's right, he did. And I watched his stream last night. He did go over it pretty good. So, well, these channel names are really screwing me up here, man. I really don't like that. Look at that one there. Derek Alexander 4030. Never used to say that before. But now it does. Bernard says, no, Dave, after the morning show, been fighting O-rings on the Chevy intake. I hate these spider manifolds. Yeah, no doubt. So, I got a lot of stuff to cover here. If I can remember what the hell half of it was. Oh yeah, I finally did it. Hey, Rick's Trains, how you doing, Rick? Good to see you here. It could have been Dave. I almost missed your show. I woke up at 5 o'clock this morning. Couldn't go back to sleep. So I got up, got on the computer, you know, did some surfing. Went back to bed at 7. And amazingly, I woke up at 10 after 9. And I immediately went, turned on the computer, fired up your channel, and there I was. Big Jim, YouTube assigned that number about a year ago. Yeah, but they're just now starting to use it. It's bullshit, is what it is. So, Bernard, is it your birthday? Damn, everybody's got birthdays here and there. If it is, happy birthday to you, my friend. Alright, so what the hell is it? Oh, yeah, so I went ahead and I did it. I came off the money. I didn't really want to, but I figured if I keep putting it off, it's never going to happen. So I finally bought this right here. It's an Athearn P42. It's DCC ready. I didn't get the DCC version because that's crazy money they want for the DC in there. So, and these are real easy to, like I said, they have a 21 pin connector. I'll put a decoder in it later on. Looks like I have an @ in front of my name also. Yeah, yeah, you do. We all do. So anyway, I got it on Train World. It was on sale for $119. And with shipping and sales tax, I want to pay $141. But that was the cheapest one I could find. and that's the Phase 6. So it's like the latest one. So I should actually be here Monday, which is cool. Oh, thanks, Dave. Like I said, I can't wait to put a decoder in at some point. But I wanted to get it because, you know, I've been talking about it forever. And I said, you know what, screw it. I'm just going to go ahead and get one, you know. So I'm really stretching my finances by doing it. But, you know, sometimes you just got to do what you got to do. So, anyway, we got that taken care of. That'll be here Monday. I can't wait. That's the first new local I bought in a little over 4 years. You know, and we were talking about, you were talking about it this morning, or actually Jason was, Train Freak. Can't remember his other name at the moment. I hate when that happens. Colonel Cottonbell. He wanted to know who's going to be the first one to get one of those new locomotives with the true fan set up in there. And I said, well, I'm going to do it. I have to wait till February. Now, I think I can still catch it on a pre-order in February, I think. If not, I'm going to have to pay a little bit more. I think they said once the pre-order's over, it's $3.99 now. Actually, it's a little less with a discount. But after the pre-order, I think it goes up to $4.31. I don't care. I'm going to get it anyway. I can only afford one, but, you know, it's so cool that I just have to get one. I don't know if it has a speaker or not. I kind of doubt it. I'll probably have to put one in. I don't know. James says Rapido has a speaker installed DCC ready. It may. I don't know. Like I said, there wasn't a lot of I can't think of the damn word. There wasn't a lot of specifications on it. It was pretty basic, you know, the usual stuff. You know, 5 something's wound motor and a skewed motor or some damn thing, and you know, it's got different lighting, of course, and lighted number boards, and it'll run on 18-inch track, you know, the basic stuff, but didn't go into any great stuff for that. So I'm hoping it does. So Andy says we've had motor fans for some time. Well, this is something new. I know that they existed in other train companies, but these are also reasonably priced too. And supposedly now they've got the fan set up with it's got a decoder board just for the fans, and the fans will come on in sequence, and the one for the braking system, I can't think of the name of it now. That'll come on only when you're actually braking. So it's pretty slick the way they did it. I mean, that was their big, you know, they did a video on it, and like, oh wow. Hey, you know what, I just gotta have one. What the hell? Let's see, Bernard says, make a sign, Jim. That's what I did, stand in front of Walmart. We'll do whatever for free. There you go. I'll tell you what, I wish I had the ability to make some extra money, and it's kind of hard to do. Tom says Jim Randall Ellison already has an engine with the working fans. He was the first one that I know of. Reviewed it. I'll have to check that out. Cool. Well, he can afford it too, but you know, as I said, for me it's pretty pricey, but you know, I should have my taxes paid by then, and screw it, I'm just going to do it, you know. Dave says if not, it should have a spot for one, Jim. There you go. Yeah, for the speaker, absolutely. Like I said, it don't matter one way or the other. But they want, for the DCC and sound, for that same locomotive, they wanted $329. And I'm thinking, holy shit, that's a lot of money. You know, I don't know what a decoder costs. I'm gonna I'm gonna try and get a Tsunami 2 to put in there. The last time I bought one, I think I paid $95 for it. You know, with sound. And I guess they're a little more expensive now, but even if it's 110, 120 bucks, it's still cheaper than, you know, having them put it in. So we'll see. Regenerative braking. Yeah, it's not. It's what it is, but they call it something else. Can't remember what it is. Oh, I absolutely want sound. Every time I turn the sound off, it's like now. You know, well, before I shut them down, I had the sound off because it's kind of annoying. But when you're there by yourself, yeah, you kind of want the sound. I mean, it gives a certain amount of realism, you know. AliExpress has a cheap decoder for 20 bucks. Oh, that's probably just for a motor decoder. They are cheap. You can get them for practically nothing. But like I said, I want to get a good decoder. I don't want to screw around, you know. I do buy a lot of stuff from AliExpress. Matter of fact, my phone came from AliExpress. The last four that I bought over the years came from them. They get better prices than anywhere, you know. And the stuff's pretty decent. Tsunami 2 21 pin is $100. Yeah, see, I can live with that. It's yeah, I know, Tom. That's what I'm saying. I don't think I would buy one, you know. That was kind of a no-name. Now, I'm going to get a Tsunami 2 because I like the Tsunami 2. It has a lot of the things that, you know, mine don't. So I've got the one up there behind me. Can't see it, but well, you still can't see it. It's on that second shelf over there. It's SD40. I just wire up the lights in there and then it's ready to go. I've got the motor functions done, but I didn't use a buddy board. I didn't know about them. And I'm not going to, you know, screw around with that now, but I got to put resistors in there for the lighting, the LEDs. So I've got the resistor now, no big deal, so we'll see. I just got to get around to doing it. James says, where did it go? Dave Scott is getting great success from them. So there were motor fans on Aurora Miniatures Locos, but they were just on and off. These have fans that come on in succession as you increase the load, and each one comes. Yeah, exactly. That's why it's cool, you know. So, and then there's the one for the whatever the fuck you call the braking. I can't remember what it is. The fourth fan. The dynamic braking. So then they got one that works individually just for that alone. I mean, it's a pretty slick idea the way they did it, you know. And, you know, I'll do it. Dave says, I like the sound, but I turn it way down too loud from the factory. See, I got mine up as loud as it'll go. Of course, I'm half deaf anyway. Probably why, right? James says ESU is what the hobby stores carry more than soundtrack. Well, that's what I have in all my scale trains, ESUs. And like I said, this one here, and I'm not quite sure what the problem is, but I can't do anything with the decoder. I tried to do a factory reset. It won't accept it. So I'm thinking that maybe I might have to use this little device, which I bought a long time ago back in Naples. It's an amplifier for programming. And what you got is you got the two, let's let's see, the two green wires go to the track, I believe. Wait a minute. Actually got it written down here. The orange wires go to the track. The blue go to the program track out, so that'll come off my SB4. Then you have to put in 12 to 14 volts. You plug that in here right to this little plug in here, and it improves the signal. And apparently ESU has an issue with that. You don't have that problem with all decoders, but ESU apparently needs that amplifier. When I first got to DCC, I tried to, reprogram all my locos, change the road numbers to that address. And it wouldn't take it. And I'm thinking, what the fuck? What am I doing wrong? So I did some research and said, oh, you need this amplifier. And it doesn't matter whether you use it on the main or a test track, you still need it to amplify the signal so you can actually program the decoder. So I lost a lot of stuff. I'm behind here. I like the sound, but yeah, okay, we got that one. James, is that $20 for basic? Not, yeah, it's gotta be. That's gotta be for a motor controller. They're pretty cheap. I bought one for my switcher, and I think I paid $35 from it from the guy up in Jersey. I can't think of his name right now, but they're relatively inexpensive. Tom says Jim Soundtrack's website has a decoder selected page. When you put in your information, it tells you what model Tsunami 2 or Blue NAMI decoder you would need. Okay, that's cool. Bernard says, geez, nowadays for the extra bucks, I'm thinking Blue Chew is the way to go. Well, maybe. I mean, Dwight says he paid $120 for his last 21 pin decoder. Rick says, oh, hey, Rick Strains, how you doing, Rick? So when the decoder goes bad on mine, I'm going to get the Blue NAMI boards put in mine. I'm not ready to go there yet, but, maybe later on. Bernard says, I think from Iron Planet, or Jason has about the best deals on them. There you go. And they get a hold of you. I may call Jason and say, hey, Jason, would you sell me a decoder? I don't mind putting them in. I kind of enjoy doing it. But yeah, I want to save money on them if I can. James says, I pre-ordered my SW9 DCC ready with decoder later. Yeah, I figure that's kind of the smart way of doing it. Then you can put in what you want, That was my big bitch with, buying DCC ready or DCC installed. You don't get a choice on what decoder you want. And if they were smart, they would have different price ranges for whatever decoder you want to put in them, and they would install it before they sell it to you. Kind of like, what they used to do with cars. You want options, you'd pay for them, but you got what you wanted. Of course, they don't do that anymore, but Dave says, well, Jim, I usually have 3 trains running totaling 6 to 9 locos. Yeah, that would get loud. Generally, I only have 2 running, but I said if I get this other ES44 situated, I'll consist it with the other one. Because normally I like to pull a long train with that. Two locos is a smart way to go. It doesn't stress them as much. And, I may put an SD40 in front of the bloody nose. I think that's an SD40 too. And consist those. And I wouldn't even hesitate to consist 3 or more. So, but usually when you do that, though, I'll turn the sound off all but the lead engine. So I guess it all depends upon how I'm feeling that day. Bernard says Rick's Trains RWSO. Just pay the extra to start with it installing new. Yeah, there you go. Yeah, Yankee Dower. That was one I was thinking of. That's where I got the last decoder for the switcher. That was no sound, and it was really cheap. And I think that was a Soundtracks decoder, I believe. We used to do same here with 7/8 drive. Yeah, that's true. Oh yeah, Tom. Yeah, without a doubt. Derek, I will have 8 SW9s. Holy shit, that's a lot. Dwight says, I got mine from Jason. Okay. And Hot Dog says it's nowhere near loud enough to drown out the wife. And Gerald said Blue Nami is $30 more than the Snami too. That's not too bad, but like I said, I really don't need that. I'm not ready to go into that yet. Maybe down the road, who knows. Derek says, Thomas, it probably works on Wi-Fi too, so try that or take out the directions on how to pair to Bluetooth. Yeah, see, I don't really like the idea of using my phone to control the trains. I hate the phones to begin with, and you know, I just don't want to get into it where I'm going to be reliant on those things. Dave says, I like the Athearn Econo decoders. They're good enough for me. I'm too tech challenged for the fancy stuff. Derek says, Andy, I hope she's not watching or listening. Yeah, you'll be sleeping with the dogs tonight. That wouldn't be good. Anthony says, love the sound. Turn on in all the diesels and consoles. There you go. I might do that. You never know. This is kind of a small area though, and the sound does echo off the walls. Even though I have insulation on, it's still at this. There's no sound deadening material here, not really. Andy says, I doubt it, Ray. I can hear her snoring. Rick says, I'm running my trains with the Wi-Fi already with my DCS system. Works pretty good so far. Oh, I'm sure it works fine. And Bernard says, yeah, that would do it, Andy. I was thinking PT equals 6 or Lycoming, but yeah, them little cocks are loud. I still have the O20 also. We're talking about little RC motors. That's strange, but hey, you know. So, yeah, like I said, I don't mind putting in the decoders, and if it's a plug-in deal, it's easy anyway. You know, apparently that says everything's there, and you know, I'm thinking about it. The speaker probably is there. 21 pin, you know, connector. You just plug in your decoder and program it, and you're ready to rock and roll, I would assume. Derek says, how did we all get the well, they changed the whole fucking thing. You know, you were never Derek Alexander 4030. We're just Derek Alexander and no @ symbol. So whatever YouTube is doing, you know, they're screwing up again as usual. Dave says, you're correct, Ray. However, depending where you buy them from, some places will program them before they ship them. Ask Anthony about his Indian Loco with NS Paint. There you go. But yeah, so I finally went ahead and done it. Paid the money. It's on its way. It'll be here Monday, and we're good to go. I'll have to put a decoder in there at some point. Well, yeah, when you're doing a straight up with there, because there's no connecting pin. Like I said, these scale trains, you need a buddy board. I mean, it would be a lot easier with a buddy board. And any future ones I do, which will probably all of them at some point, I will put buddy boards in them and do it that way. I didn't know about them until Tom Grassi was the one who actually told me about them. I had no clue. I go, shit, I wish I'd have known that before I started the SD40 there conversion, but so Tom Grass says the only problem with Wi-Fi devices running the trains is they time out after a predetermined time, and then the train stops, and you have to power up your controller again and start the trains. I didn't know that. That's a pain in the ass. Is ESU and ESU lock sound version 5 different? I know there's 5 or 6 different versions of the lock sound. Because I was trying to figure out which one I have. I've been using the version 4 for programming mine. So, yeah. Dave says Anthony, that local was bought at a 7-Eleven. That's funny. Anthony says he doesn't have that problem with his ESU Wi-Fi system. That might be an oddity too. Who the hell knows? So I said, well, a lot of us, old-fashioned guys, and we're set in our ways and don't really want to go into new advanced stuff. Personally, I'm waiting for him to go with, self-contained power, dead rail. That's what I'm waiting for. If they come up with I know they have them, but they're still not that good. If they come up with a good dead rail system, I will definitely convert over to that. Because that would solve so many problems on the layout, We all know it because, we have to deal with dirty track, dirty wheels, other assorted problems. It's a pain in the ass. So, Ray says, I wish I would have had a decoder buddy when I was still in Cali, Bernard. Dave says, you have ESU system, Anthony? When did that happen? Anthony said, the only one I've had. Okay. I said, I'm not ready to jump into that yet. And like I said, I don't like using the phone. I hate phones. If there was a way I could pull it off, I'd throw that motherfucker in the nearest canal. But unfortunately, in today's world, you need a phone. I really do hate the things, That's what I said. This here is fine for me. And it's wireless. It has Bluetooth capability in it anyway, and I have a receiver on the far end, but it's line of sight sort of, so that's kind of a pain in the ass. Well, yeah, Blue Nami would work with dead rail, but it's not necessary for dead rail. So that's why I said I'm really waiting for them to come up with a good battery system for the dead rail, and when they do that, I'll probably switch over. Well, I guess they would have to have that with dead rail, wouldn't they? Because how else would you communicate with the locos? Yeah, I guess wouldn't have much of a choice then, but to me that would be fine. Tom Grass said my NCE Wi-Fi cab does not time out. It is my phone app and my UWT100 controller. Okay. like I said, now you kind of get a little over my head with some of this stuff because I'm not familiar with it. And you know, down the road, who knows? But for right now, this will be fine. Me, I got Digitrax. I went with the Digitrax for one reason only. Now I bought this one after the fact, but the original one had the two throttle knobs, but they were smaller. I like the knobs. The NCE, that's my biggest bitch about it because it has sliders and not knobs. I like knobs. And that was the main reason why I went with the Digitrax, because the Digitrax was more expensive too. The NCC was like $100 less for an equivalent system at the time, but I didn't like that. I didn't like those damn sliders, man. I'd rather have knobs. And I'm old school, you know. And it's funny because, you know, well, off subject here, but you know, all the new cars, they have the touch screens in them, you know. Well, starting next year, they're going to do away with most of those. They go back to knobs and buttons because they're easier to use, they're less distracting, and, you know, it just makes sense. So, you know, why not have your controllers, your cab controllers the same way? Let's see. Dave says, I like layouts that have stationary decoders. Or, okay. Jim, they are not knockers. I think you thought they were. That's why. No, because the original controller had tiny ones. You know, like big ones. But I couldn't help it. But no, that's not why I got it. I really do like knobs. It's just, you know, I'm, you know, and even like my Nikon, for example. Now, I don't have big battery power, but when you open up the touchscreen on it, it's not really a touchscreen. You still have to cycle through using a button, you know, for the different features. I'm fine with that, you know. I guess some of the newer stuff, you know, it's all touchscreen, but fuck that touchscreen shit, man. You know, my phone has a touchscreen like everybody's does. How many times has it not worked when you touched it? I've had times where I've had to, you know, clean my finger. There might have been grease or something on there and it wouldn't work, or I didn't hit it quite right and it didn't work. Fuck that shit. Give me a knob every time. But I love knobs. Yes, they do, as a matter of fact. The bigger, the better. But now that was really the only reason I bought the Digitrax. Is the NCE has a better rep behind it. You know, they're supposedly more reliable than the Digitrax is. I haven't had any real issues with mine. Back in Naples, I had, I think, 6 locos programmed it. 6 local addresses programmed in. And it kind of locked up. And I had to take the cover off and pull the battery to blow the memory. And then it was fine after. I don't know what happened. I mean, I was consisting a lot of things, and I don't know if I confused or something. But I had to pull the battery out to blow the memory and reset it back to factory specs. And I only had to do that once. Especially in pairs. Yeah, there you go. Great mouths of molded flesh. Yes, they are. And we all love them for some reason. That's really the only problem I've had with the Digitrax. You know, it has internal breaker in it, short circuit protection, because if you get a short on the track, it automatically kills the power to the track. So, you know, all the ways around, I mean, I think it's a great system. Is the NCE better? Well, I've heard that it is. But just them damn sliders, I don't like them. No. It is what it is, but, you know, so. What else did I wanted to talk about? So, I wanted to fool around with this amplifier and hook it up to my PR4 and try and program that today, but I didn't have time. Like I said, I was just getting deluged with all these fucking problems. You know, it's ridiculous. Because yeah, some of the train cars that I got from Thomas More, Bike Man, they had plastic wheels on them. They don't fucking rotate for shit. So I took them off, put metal wheels on them. I was looking for my wheel tuner. I can't find it. I know it's here somewhere. I just don't know where. I better find it because I paid over $20 for that thing. Because I wanted to, you know, to tune the trucks. Because you do it right, I mean, them wheels will just spin and spin and spin. So I wound up using only, I think, 4 out of the 11 that he sent me so far. Like I said, I got to put metal wheels on this one here, the Virginian hopper. Same deal with the N&W gondola. And I haven't changed out the couplers either, but the one new boxcar he sent me had a knuckle coupler on one end and a hook coupler on the other, so it kind of worked out. So I was able to, you know, transition it onto the rest of the train. And like I said, up until a few minutes ago, it ran flawlessly. Oh, what the fuck, you know? Let's see. Tom says, Jim, my new engine arrived today. BLI track mobile switcher, less than 2 inches long. Oh, that's short. And the decoder works, got it all configured. Will be on my turntable soon. That's cool. Can't wait to see that. You'll have to do a video on that. I got mine from damn it, we were just talking about that. Ah, shit, where'd he go? I tell you, there's some things I just can't remember to save my fucking life. I don't know why. Ah, damn it. Yankee Dabbler. I got mine from Yankee Dabbler. It was $20 and change. And I had to pay shipping on it because that was all I bought. But I'll tell you what, one of the best things I ever have. They're pretty standardized price. Like Walther's had them. It was the same money. I think the shipping was more with Walther's though. And because Walther's has like a set rule for shipping rates. Oh, Amazon has them too? I didn't know that. Yeah, you should probably check Amazon. Yeah, they're made by Micromark. But they're handy to have. Like I said, I bought mine and I went through all my rolling stock, and I mean that shit just rolls and rolls and rolls, you know. It really makes a big difference. Bernard says, just to get back to checking out everyone channels again. You running 3 or 2 rail, Rick? Rick says 3 rail. So But like I said, I got, all these little things that got to be done. It's time consuming. I dug out my, well, this is this one. I got the better one in the house, but it's a small camera. It's very similar to this one. Works on Bluetooth. And I can't get it to pair up with my phone. Now, I used to pair it up with my tablet. I may have to do that again. The problem is you can't live stream with it. And I was looking at ones you can live stream with. They're not cheap. I may try and find something that's cheaper to work with. I don't know, was it Choo Choo Trains? I think that's what it's called. They have small cameras. That's all they do is cameras. And I believe they had one that worked. It was under $100. I may have to look into that again. Tom says Micromark has them on sale also for 20. Yeah, that's not a bad price. Eric says maybe you need a Chinese phone. I have a Chinese phone. I got that. I don't have it out here with me, but it's a the fuck's the name of that thing? Can't remember the name of it now, but it's not your normal everyday phone. It's definitely Chinese. And I like it though. It works great. It's big. It's served me well, served me, and it was cheap. The first one, I don't remember dropping it, but they just didn't solder it right. But the speakerphone quit working on it. Unless you shake it, then it comes on for a while and then goes off again. They said, I don't really hold the phone up to my ear. I use the speakerphone 99% of the time. So I bought another one just like the first one I bought was $321, and it lasted a little over a year. It still works. I still have it as a backup. But I bought one just like it, and the second one, same exact thing. I got it for I think it was $230, something like it. It was less than $250. And it has more power than most phones. It's 64 gig of RAM and all kinds of good shit in there. An 8-core processor, octa-core. Nice phone. I mean, it does a nice job, Because I'll be damned if I'm paying $800 or $900 for no fucking phone. Ain't happening. Tom says, Jim, if the Bluetooth cam was on your phone before, you will need. No, it wasn't on there before, so that's what I'm saying. I used it with my pad, and it'll probably work again work with the pad with no problem. I don't know why it's not working with the phone. I even deleted the program and redid it. Still nothing. Derek says it's like a local and a console, delete first and then pair. Yeah, I've run into that problem. And DWM says that will be the next big thing. Locomotives will come with pre-installed. Well, they should. Wouldn't that be cool? I mean, even if it wasn't optional, that would be. I would spend the extra money to get one. And I don't know why they, as far as I know, nobody offers one for sale like that, from the factory. It's a great idea, I had a small one. It was just a card with a remote camera on it. The camera was like this big, 1/8 of an inch, and I mounted it behind the windshield in an SD40, a dummy engine. And it worked pretty. I still have it, but I don't know if it still works or not. But once again, though, you couldn't do live with it. It was strictly Bluetooth, and it would run through your pad. I assume it probably worked on the phone too. I never tried using it on the phone. There you go. Rick says, I can't afford new locomotives anymore. I know, they're expensive, man. It's crazy. Have to take it off of your handheld that it was paired to. Then pair with the phone. That could be too. I'll fool around with it some more, but like I said, I got my pad that's in the drawer. Haven't used that thing in like 3 years. It's practically new. I mean, it's old because, you know, I bought it a long time ago, but I hardly ever used it, you know. Eugene Kleiss, 4235. How you doing, Eugene? Good to see you here, man. Hello, how are you doing tonight? Good evening, everybody. I'm doing good tonight. I gave you thumbs up. Oh, thank you. Appreciate that. Don't forget to sub. Because I think I'm up to 504 now. Imagine that, huh? It's only the damn watch hours, though. We'll get to it. I think I'm like 600 shy of actually getting monetized, so. Anyway, that's neither here nor there, really. But, yeah, I think that would be a cool idea, though, to have a pre-installed camera in the train. Be even better is having one in the front and one in the rear as well. You know, that you can control either way. Wouldn't that be cool? Now, that would solve a whole bunch of problems because it goes run off the DCC. Because, you know, what you do now is basically they're rechargeable units. And they'll only run about 20 minutes. Well, the one I had would run for 20 minutes on a charge. The one that went inside the loco. Now, these ones here, I think, these will run 12 or 13 hours on a charge. You know. Like I said, I've got 2 of those. I got one on little cube ones. They're fucking worthless. But, you know. At the time, I was looking for a decent camera to mount on a train car so I could do, you know, the onboard filming. But and I want to do it again, so I got to come up with something that's going to work. But it would be cool. I mean, like I said, I don't have the money to, you know. I think the one I was looking at was $400. You know, that actually you could run it right through OBS live, wirelessly. And I'm thinking, man, that's a lot of damn money. Yeah, I think I've heard about those, Rick. The Caboose has a pre-installed camera, but nobody's done it. Nobody's doing a locomotive yet, I don't think. Because I haven't seen one. I mean, the Caboose is kind of cool. Unless you put it, you know, I mean, you could put it in front of local, I guess, and film it that way, but, you know, it's really meant for looking behind you. So if YouTube, Derek says, if YouTube is going to put the @ symbol in front of everybody's name, you should be able to click on their name to send them a message. Yeah, give it a try, man. I mean, you guys all have the wrench anyway, but try it out and see if it works. It might. So, you know. I mean, even this thing, I mean, this works on a flat car. It's still pretty big, though, you know. It's also heavy, so you want to kind of center it on the car so you don't have it falling over. You know, or any other problems you might run into. But, and then, of course, both of these that I have, you could put a micro SD card in the back in the slot, so you could run it into that alone, I guess. And then play it back later. But like I said, great for videos, not so much for live stream, though. Ray Central 127. Ray, I know who you are, but you'll see that your channel name is different. Because, you know, YouTube is fucking things up again. Anyway, good to see you here, Ray. Anyway, I have two videos to show tonight. Both of these were sent to me by Thomas Moore, his bike man. One is a tribute to a local that runs on the Strasburg line. It's like 2 minutes long, so I'm going to play that one now. So check it out and enjoy the... it's in color, so, that's cool. It's fairly new. Uh-oh. Damn, now my stream deck quit working. What the hell? In answer to your question, that was, alright, have a good one, John. Now take it easy. Answer to your question, Tom, I believe it's MP4 on that. That was one of my prerequisites for buying it. Is there another name for a wheel tuner? Truck tuner, I think might be the proper name. Short of that, I think that's the only other name that I'd be aware of. Found it, truck tuner, there you go. Micromark calls it a wheel tuner. I don't know. Jim, geez, my eyes. What's wrong with your eyes? Bernard. Trying to figure out why this damn... That's weird. I don't know why. Yeah, it just quit working. What the fuck, man? Fender has a good tuner. Nah, yeah, for guitars. Everybody's a comedian. Jim, put new screws in the wheels on the 3D printed Polar Express wooden train. Oh, hey, Thomas. That's weird. I'm used to seeing Spike Man, and now it's... I don't know how you change. You got to change that to get the Spike Man. Well, that was the only way you could do it. I had to kind of doctor that whole thing. Because the screws they suggested, I couldn't find anywhere. I was just going to buy the proper ones, but I couldn't find them. So those I had, I had on hand, and they worked. So I said, well, they'll do. So I mean, it all works, and that's all that matters. Of course, I guess if you have the wooden track, that would be kind of cool because it's designed to run on a wooden track. I tried to print that other one that you wanted, but 3 tries and it failed every one, so I finally gave up on it. These guys that create these files, I don't know if I don't know what they're doing. I mean, they said, it could be filament printed. And in order to keep the size, I would have had to do it on a filament printer. If I'd have done it on the resin printer, I would have had to made it half the size. And even then, I don't know if it would have came out right. It looks better in the wheel. Yeah, they do. I made sure they would. Because actually, I used a different size screw, too. I went a little bit smaller. Because the other ones were just too thick. And it was getting a little bit of friction on the wheels. And I'm thinking, that ain't going to work. How do you like the fidget spinner? I got a real bearing in that, and that sucker, it moves now. And it won't fall apart on you. So. Yeah, it was fun to make, I guess. But yeah, sometimes I gotta modify the files after I download them because they don't always work the way you want them to. All right, Andy, have a good one, man. Thanks for popping in, and we'll see you next week, hopefully. Get a good night's sleep, eh? Is it true that they're having all them problems in England? Yeah, I read a lot of shit on YouTube about how bad it is over there. And I sometimes wonder if there's any truth to it, Rick says, Jim, if you need small screws, look up micro fasteners. They have a ton of... I'll check that out. I have most of what I need, but sometimes I need some oddball stuff that... Like I said, they wanted specific screws on that particular 3D print, and I couldn't find them. I even typed in on a search, and nothing came up. All right, Dave, have a good one, man. Thanks for popping in, and we'll see you next time. Jim, I found you the HO Santa Fe MOW train. Oh, cool. They sound good. I'll tell you what I really like, and I was glad that you gave them to me. The 2 yellow ones were cool. The one the Eggo. Yeah, let go of my Eggo. And the other one was that some kind of cleaning product. I can't remember what it is now. And I can't see it from here, but I like cars that have different ads on them or different, names on them. And that's what I kind of look for when I go, like, eventually I'm going to go to another train show. And that's what I'm going to look at. I don't care if they're old or not, because I'll change the wheels and couplers. That's no big deal. But I'm looking for stuff that they just don't make anymore, All right, Gerald, have a good one, man. Thank you for swinging by, and we'll see you next time. So, good small screws are hard to find. Just don't drop them, I figure. Well, the good news is I have a magnetic pickup tool here, And I don't have carpet. I was going to put carpet in here, and I thought that would be a fucking mistake. And I'm glad I didn't, because I'm constantly dropping things. All I got to do is just kind of go over with the magnet. And if it's magnetic, it'll pick it up. Otherwise, you know, you'll never see them screws again. Hey, Nashville Thomas, Mike, man. Yeah, so, but they're handy to have. I got a big tray full of the hex screws. And then I've got another tray. Well, I've got these two here. Actually, I got three of them. I got two of them. What am I thinking of? Three. I got all this little stuff. A whole bunch of those. And those are more like a metal screw or wood screw. And I got nut and bolts. The selection here. So like I said, I've pretty well got, and these are the small cases. I got a big case behind me. It has, like, there's a couple hundred screws, I think, in there. And I got some other stuff. I got bags of screws. I got so much shit, I don't know what the hell to do with half of it, you know. Take your shoes off, Jim. Yeah, exactly, Bernard. Even on my concrete floor, the basement monster still hides them. There you go. Now, if there's something on the floor, I'll find it, because I like being barefoot in the house, you know. And I have, it's a brick floor. I think they're called Spanish bricks or something like that. That's what the house came with. Well, they're not even. So you got a pretty wide grout line between them, too. There's thousands of them all over the place. And stuff gets on the floor. I don't care what it is. It could be a crumb. I will find it. With my bare foot. Of course, I have neuropathy in both my feet from the diabetes. So stepping on even on a crumb is like stepping on a nail. It feels like, you know. Hurts like the dickens. I'd like to get rid of that floor. I'd like to put down the fake wood floor. I can't afford to do that right now. It would be quite expensive. And I'm not in a position where I think I could do it myself anymore. I used to do it before I had the stroke, but even then it would still cost me a couple of grand in materials. But I think it would be so much nicer, and because it would be smooth, you know. Why the fuck anybody would put anything that's textured like that on the floor is beyond me. Tom says, I have some really small screws, M1-3 to M1-7. Yeah, that's the ones I showed there. They're in the M1. They're tiny, you know. You almost got to pick them up with a pair of tweezers. And of course, I have, most of my small screwdrivers are magnetic. So, you know, they'll hold it long enough to get it in place, and you're good to go. But just so anyone cares, for those that keep changing their names faster than I can fart, do not be surprised if I don't say hello or follow. YouTube makes it hard enough to find a channel to watch. That's the truth. Jim, can you 3D print me the wooden Polar Express body 7 inches long? I don't know if I can do it that long, but I'll take a look and see what I can do. And Derek said, oh, that's not true, Derek. Them floors in there, you get them wet, it's like skating on ice. I haven't fallen yet, but I've come close. Yeah, same with the wife. She's, you know, he drops a little bit of water on the floor. It's like ice. Slide right on it. The bathroom's the same way. I mean, I have to be so careful coming in and out of the bathroom after a shower. You know, if my feet are a little wet. I don't know why. I mean, this, the house was built in '94, and they didn't really have non-slip tile back then. At least if they did, it wasn't widely used. They definitely don't have it in there. I mean, that shit's literally like ice. It's smooth. I bought these, they're paw prints. Look like dog paws, and they're supposed to be non-skid. They stick on the floor. Of course, they're from China. They don't stick worth a shit. But I put them in the shower, figuring I could, shower safely. And they slid around in the shower, and I'm going, well, they're fucking useless. Are the floors sealed? They were at one time. I don't know if they still are. I have a feeling that whatever seal was there probably wore off it, I mean, they don't look sealed anymore, so, I mean, you go over it with a damp mop and it cleans it up somewhat, but, the problem is, between me and the wife, I guess we're pigs in a way. And there's always crumbs on the floor or something, and I find it and step on it. Plus, I got animals in the house. I got dogs, cats. They play with their toys, and if you give them a treat, they don't always clean it all up. And if you step on the smallest thing, you know it. It hurts. Like I said, I don't have the money to fool with it right now. I mean, it wasn't the one dog we have, the Chihuahua. He's not really housebroken, not that well. He's trying, but I don't know. I think he's got bladder issues, and he's the only reason I won't put carpet in the house. I would just soon have carpet in there and not fuck around with them, tile floors. Thomas says, I want the screw holes just like the Polar Express you printed me. The same apart off the cab and the front. Now, I'll see what I can do, man. Piss the wife off and she will throw thumbtacks on the floor. Oh, man. I would go down if I stepped on something like that. That would, flat on my face. We try and avoid that. I mean, I've always liked tile floors, but as I'm getting older and because of the neuropathy, they're more of a headache than they're worth. And they're cold. If I stand on them barefoot long enough, I'll start getting like arthritis in my feet. And so a lot of times I'll put down a towel or something on the floor in front of my chair, put my feet on it, or just tip the chair back and my feet are elevated off the floor, because the cold of the floor actually affects your feet. So, a lot of stuff that you wouldn't think were really, age restricted, I guess you could say. But like you said, as you get older, you run into these problems. I mean, there was a time I used to run around barefoot all the time. My feet were tough. My feet are so tender now that I don't dare go outside with, without shoes on. Because there's always crap on the floor. Bits of trees and stuff. And it's like walking on glass, man. Oh my God. I'm trying to avoid that. So I have another video here that's 12 minutes long. The question is, now it's working.
They weren't just trains. They were steel monsters.
Machines
so massive their roar could shake the earth beneath your feet. They were born from fire, powered by pressure, and driven by sheer human will. These were the steam giants. But before these titans thundered across continents, there was only curiosity and smoke. A world on the brink of transformation, waiting for its first spark of motion. Within decades, rails would stretch across continents, cities would grow, and nations would connect. The Industrial Revolution would no longer be confined to factories. Instead, it would move. They were more than machines. They were living, breathing symbols of ambition. Proof that when humans dream in steel and fire, the world itself learns to move. This is the story of the steam giants, the largest locomotives ever made. But what even is it about trains that captures us so deeply? Even today, we stop and watch as they roll by, those long windings of iron and steel. They're everywhere, in every country, in every landscape, and yet they demand our attention. In an age of planes and rockets, trains should feel ordinary, and yet they somehow don't. Perhaps it's because once upon a time they were extraordinary, and right now, it's hard for us now to imagine what it felt like when the first steam locomotive appeared in England. But before that moment came centuries of innovation, trial, and brilliance. In 1712, a man named Thomas Newcomen built something that would quietly change the world, the first commercially successful engine capable of transmitting continuous power to a machine. It wasn't a locomotive and it was used to pump water out of coal mines, but it proved one revolutionary idea that steam could do work. Then in 1764, James Watt stepped in and took the idea further. He realized that much of the engine's energy was wasted by cooling and reheating the same cylinder. So he created a separate condenser, a simple, elegant idea that transformed everything. Watt's improvement meant engines could use less fuel while producing more power. With that single stroke of genius, steam ceased to be a novelty and became an empire. And from that foundation came a man with vision and courage enough to push it to its limits. Richard Trevithick, born in Cornwall in 1771, was a British engineer unlike any other. Where Watt had refined steam, Trevithick dared to unleash it. He harnessed high-pressure steam, something engineers of his day feared was too dangerous, and built a compact, powerful engine capable of moving itself. In 1803, he did what no one had ever done before. He constructed the world's first steam railway locomotive. His invention was loud, heavy, and unpredictable, but it moved. It turned heat and water into motion, and that motion would soon turn the world upside down. Before steam, travel was slow, isolated, and uncertain. Villages were cut off, cities disconnected, and the world felt vast and untouchable. But when Trevithick's locomotive puffed to life, it carried more than just passengers or coal because it carried possibility. If the question is, what's the largest steam locomotive ever built? Most people will say the Union Pacific Big Boy. And they'd be right mostly. The Big Boy is often crowned the king of all steam locomotives, and for good reason. But in the world of steam, largest is a tricky word. A few experimental prototypes once dared to go even bigger, but most of them were short-lived, too complex, too heavy, too ambitious for their own good. Still, one name rises above the rest, the Big Boy. Built in the 1940s by the American Locomotive Company for the Union Pacific Railroad, the Big Boy wasn't just large, it was colossal. Over 132 feet long, weighing more than 1.2 million pounds and packing a staggering 6,290 horsepower, this machine could pull trains more than a mile long over the rugged Rocky Mountains and do it alone. Its 488 four-wheel arrangement, with 4 leading wheels, 2 sets of 8 driving wheels, and 4 trailing wheels, gave it immense traction, and thanks to its articulated design, it could bend gracefully around curves that would have stopped smaller engines cold. The Big Boy wasn't just a locomotive, it was a moving cathedral of power. When it thundered down the tracks, the ground itself trembled. Coal dust swirled through the air like smoke from a battlefield. Engineers who worked on it described the sound not as noise, but as music. But here's where the story gets interesting. At this point, any true rail enthusiast will say, wait, what about the Allegheny? The Chesapeake and Ohio Railway's Allegheny, built by Lima Locomotive Works in the early 1940s, wasn't as famous, but it was every bit the Big Boy's rival, and in some ways, it's superior. The Allegheny's H8 class produced nearly 7,500 horsepower, making it arguably the most powerful steam locomotive ever built. Weighing over 775,000 pounds, it was designed to conquer the steep grades of the Appalachian Mountains, hauling massive coal trains from West Virginia to the Great Lakes. Its wheel arrangement, 2666, gave it an incredible balance between power and flexibility. And when it moved, it didn't glide, it charged. The Allegheny wasn't a showpiece, it was a workhorse. While the big boy gained fame through Union Pacific's brilliant marketing, and decades later its multi-million-dollar restoration tours, the Allegheny did its job quietly, relentlessly, the kind of legend that earned respect through sweat, not spotlight. Still, in the Battle of Giants, size alone isn't the whole story. To understand what made these behemoths possible, we have to talk about articulation. In the simplest terms, an articulated locomotive is one that can bend, literally. Its engine units are hinged, allowing the front set of wheels to pivot independently of the main frame. That flexibility made all the difference. Without articulation, these massive locomotives could never have navigated the sharp curves of mountain railroads. The concept allowed engineers to stretch the limits of what railways could handle, building longer, heavier engines without sacrificing maneuverability. Merriam-Webster defines articulated as having a hinge or pivot connection to allow negotiation of sharp turns. For trains, it was the hinge between the possible and the impossible. Not every giant could bend. Some tried and failed. The Union Pacific 9000 series 412-2 locomotives, for example, were among the most successful non-articulated giants. With 12 massive driving wheels, they were engineering marvels in their own right, but they came with a price. Their rigid frames made them ill-suited for anything but long, straight tracks. Give them too many curves and they'd grind themselves to pieces. In the end, articulation became the key to true size and strength, and the secret behind the legends like Big Boy and Allegheny. These weren't just machines of steel and steam. They were living metaphors for ambition. They proved that with enough ingenuity, even the heaviest burdens could move with grace. And as the 20th century rolled on, these giants defined an era when railroads were the arteries of nations, and power itself ran on steam. But as time would soon show, no empire lasts forever, not even one forged in fire and iron. The invention of the steam engine marked a turning point in human history, powering the Industrial Revolution and transforming society forever. It allowed human beings to harness energy on a scale never seen before, leading to rapid industrial, social, and economic change. A steam locomotive is essentially a self-propelled steam engine on wheels. It provides the force to move itself and other vehicles through the expansion of steam. The locomotive is fueled by burning combustible material, most commonly coal, although oil and occasionally wood have also been used. The heat produced from this combustion is used to convert water in the locomotive's boiler into steam. When water turns into steam, its volume increases approximately 1,700 times, creating a powerful pressure that drives the locomotive's motion. In most steam locomotives, this steam is admitted alternately to each end of a cylinder, where a piston moves back and forth. The pistons are connected to the driving wheels through a system of rods and cranks, converting the linear motion of the piston into rotational motion that turns the wheels. This mechanism is what propels the locomotive forward. The typical steam locomotive also carries its own supplies of fuel and water, either on board or in a tender, which is a separate carriage coupled behind it. The tender stores additional coal and water, allowing the locomotive to travel long distances without frequent refueling stops. Some variations in locomotive design included electrically powered boilers, steam turbines in place of pistons, and even externally generated steam that was piped into the engine. The main components of a steam locomotive include a boiler where water is converted into steam, a firebox, which is the chamber where fuel is burned to produce heat. There's a smokestack, which releases exhaust steam and smoke into the air, along with pistons and cylinders, which convert steam energy into mechanical motion. The driving wheels and connecting rods are used to transfer piston movement to the wheels. A cab is present where the driver and firemen operate the locomotive. And finally, a tender, which is the attached vehicle carrying extra fuel and water. Together, these components worked in harmony to produce continuous motion and immense power, strong enough to haul dozens of carriages and tons of goods. The steam locomotive not only revolutionized industry, but also transformed everyday life by making long-distance travel faster, cheaper, and more accessible. But even giants fall. By the mid-20th century, the once mighty steam locomotives began to fade from the rails. Diesel and electric engines emerged. They were cleaner, faster, and far easier to maintain. Steam, with its constant need for fuel, water, and manpower, couldn't compete. The same smoke and fire that once symbolized progress had become signs of inefficiency in a new mechanical age. Yet though they've vanished from the front lines of industry, the steam giants live on, be it in museums, in preserved heritage lines, and in the hearts of those who still remember the rhythmic chuff of pistons and the haunting whistle echoing through the hills. The story of the steam locomotive is more than just a tale of a machine. It's a story of humanity's endless drive to create, to innovate, and to move forward. No matter how heavy the weight or how distant the destination, the steam may have cooled, but the legacy of these giants still burns bright. But what do you think? Did we leave the steam giants behind, or did they take a part of us with them?
That was pretty cool. Well, kind of an abrupt ending there, though, wasn't it? See, when I thought it looks nice and it's movie accurate. Now, send me the file, Thomas, and I'll take a look at it. So anyway, so is this thing working now? You know, it's weird how it quit working for a minute, now it's working again, the Stream Deck. I don't know what the hell's going on. I said the gremlins are out in force today. It's weird. Yeah, I wasn't aware that Jay Leno attempted to operate a 4014. That's pretty cool. I guess it pays to be rich. You can pull off shit like that, you know. Us normal guys would never get a shot at that. No, it looks pretty complicated to run a steam locomotive, so I don't even know if I'd want to fool with it. I had some of the basics down, but there's so many nuances with it that, you know, if you don't know, you could probably kill yourself. You know, blow the damn thing up or something. America, how we did it. Just amazing what we could do with pen and paper and a slider. Well, that's true, Bernard. Yeah, you gotta admit, when you look at those locomotives, you know, 500 tons or whatever the hell they weigh, that is an amazing piece of equipment. And the fact that we were able to make something like that and actually make it run back in the day is actually pretty damn amazing, you know. I mean, I don't think we could do that today because of all the morons out there. Tom says, Jim, I guess the gremlins found you today. I have been having good luck fixing my little issues here. Well, you're lucky. Like I said, I don't know what the hell's going on. Yeah, and there's no reason for it. It's kind of weird, you know. Everything's working fine 1 minute, and then for no good reason, it just quits working. And you're thinking, okay, what the fuck, right? And there's no reason for it. How a train can run perfectly for hours and hours and hours, and then for no good reason, all of a sudden you got a derailment. You know, I'm sure there's a reason, but I don't know what the hell it is. Ah, Bernard says, I chased a big boy with WP's Heritage 1983 running out west. That's cool. Yeah, I don't ever come down this far. I'll never get to see it. I think the farthest east it comes is what? Kansas or Arkansas or someplace. I don't think it comes any farther east than that. It'd be great if it came down here one time, just for shits and giggles. That'd be cool, you know. Because I've never seen one, you know, in real life. I mean, I've seen pictures and held models, and that's about it. Rick says, that's cool, Bernard. Yeah, absolutely. I know the Sugar Line's working on a second steam loco. Haven't heard much about it, but I guess it was one of the first ones they actually utilized back in the day. And it's supposed to be going through restoration. They're probably not going to make a big ordeal out of it like they did with 148, because, you know, 148 was the first one that they restored, so we'll have to wait and see. And I still want to get a ride on it. I think that's going to happen February too. Next month I'm going to buy the tickets. They're $50 a piece, one for me, one for the wife. And we're going to get on that fucking train. Been wanting to do it for a long time anyway, like I said, you know. I generally don't like to come off money if I don't have to, but what the hell, you know. The big boy went to Chicago. I didn't know that. That's pretty good. Still too far away for me, but you know. If it like went to Georgia, I drove up there to see it. I mean, seriously, I would. As long as I had a little bit of notice, you know. But any farther than that, though, that'd be pushing it. So. Let's see what else we got going. So you've seen both videos, both the pictures. Showed you the mini-me. I'll tell you what, these things, you know, I don't have, my hands are still somewhat steady, but not like they used to be. You know, I was once told I had the hands of a surgeon. Rock solid. And they're still pretty solid, but it's still tougher. Of course, I got to put on the magnifiers. This is a hard fucking thing to paint. That ain't the hardest part, is figuring out which colors to use first. I went ahead and did the flesh color first. I did the black first. Did my shoes, the shirt, the pants. And then I did the flesh. And I had to go back and kind of touch up some areas where the flesh went over into the black. And then the last thing I did, of course, was the gray hair and beard. The beard was really tough. But I got it. I mean, that's why I wanted to take a good picture of it. Because it's amazing the detail I was able to get out of it. I mean, I've painted, you know, figures before. As I've got Tom Kvichak, he's, you know, standing in front of my house on the layout. As I said, I'd like to get a bunch of guys together, you know, standing in front of my house. Just for fun, you know. So I'm going to have to fire up the printer pretty soon and print the Tom Grassi mini-me that I've got, and Crooked Dave, I got to print him out. But I bought others. I have Heaves is over in the nude beach, you know, with the camera kind of spying on the naked ladies behind a tree. I got Rick the Christmas tree. He's actually bringing in a Christmas tree to a small cabin on the layout. And I had to paint every one of them guys up too. Like I said, they did a pretty good job. Tom says Jim Barber has micro brushes on order. That's going to help. Yeah, as I said, I got some pretty small brushes too. But not small enough, probably. But I acquired some brushes that are really, really tiny. Well, I've got the regular micro brushes too, but I also have conventional artist brushes, but I mean they're micro thin hairs on them, you know, so I mean you can do a lot of cool stuff with it, because that's how I did my beard. I had one brush, the hair was literally probably a millimeter thick, if even, and that allowed me to do it, but I still had to have a steady hand, you know. Women are better at that stuff than us men are for some reason. That's that. Just breaking out in the oil field. I was a fireman on an old Lima. I learned how to rod reflue change, crown plugs, and a lot about firebox repairs and tuning. Yes, I have my own steam whistle. Sounded awesome, I'll bet. That's pretty cool, Bernard. You've been around a lot of stuff. I mean, you're a pilot. Been on trains. Probably operated most heavy equipment. I mean, that's my claim to fame. I did a lot of heavy equipment. Cranes, pans, graders, bulldozers, you name it. Yeah, if it had tracks or wheels, I'd probably driven it. But I never got to drive a train engine. I rode one once. I have flown. I had a student pilot's license for a while, but I couldn't get a real license because my ears, when I'm up there, especially at 7,000 feet, I can't tell up or down. I can fly by instrument with no problem, but I can't fly by visual flight rule. Look out the window, I don't fucking know what the hell's going on. So I talked to a flight surgeon, because I really wanted to get, the regular license. And I told him what was going on. He says, yeah, he says, unless you can get that repaired, and I doubt you can, you'll never be able to get a pilot's license, a permanent one. All right, well, that killed that. But that was my thing, though. I liked operating whatever, A lot of fun. So, what else we got going on? It's a little after 8. We could probably run till 8:30, and that's going to be about it. I'm trying to think if there's anything else I wanted to talk about that's train related. I know I got to buy more couplers. I'm down to I think I've got 4 left. Or 6 left maybe. 2, I got 4 of them left. 4 Katy couplers left, and that's not enough. I still got about, I got a whole box full of wheels. So I don't have to worry about that. Because I usually buy 100 pair. I still got a ton of them here. But enough to do what I got to do with them anyway. Almost all my rolling stock, for the most part, has been converted over to metal wheels and Katy couplers. Like I said, I got stuff here from Thomas Moore. I got to switch over now. Some of these I could put frame mounted couplers on. I'll just cut off the ones that are on the on the trucks. Because I'll tell you, I really like the frame mounted better, but I might have to replace the trucks too, because these just pop right in. Well, they just come right off, and they got a little flange on them, which you can't really see too well. There you go. And the problem with them is you can't really, I mean, there's a lot of wiggle in them. I mean, a lot of wiggle, like this one here is like. So if you put a frame mounted coupler on this, you're going to have problems with it. So I'd have to change over to a different truck, which I could screw in, which wouldn't be a problem. Like I said, I would probably have to, I'd have to fill in the holes with epoxy and then drill for a screw, and then I would have a solid mounting surface for the truck. And I'm probably going to have to do that with a couple of these cars, because these are just, I mean, they're all like this, and the wheels are just terrible, man. I mean, it's just, there's so much slop in them. I don't know how they work to begin with, but I got to get some weight in this. This thing probably only weighs a half an ounce. You know. Same with the open hopper too. But boxcars, I put weights in them. Swapped over to metal wheels. They're still the truck-mounted couplers, the horn hooks, but they're fine. Like I said, later on I might change over to frame-mounted. Probably the same issue though, because you've got to have a somewhat solid truck in order for the frame-mounted coupler to not rock around so much that you're going to uncouple. It says graffiti being a USA exclusive issue. Good luck with that modification. It's rocket science. No, it really isn't. All right, it's not. I've done it before. Like I said, I'll get epoxy, pour it in there, grind it flat, and then drill a small hole for the screw, a pilot hole, and then screw it in, and boom, you're ready to rock and roll. Sounds complicated, but it really isn't. So, like I said, it's cheaper than buying new cars. So and then I got other ones, so like this one, I don't know if I'm gonna. This one's missing the doors on it. I might have a pair of doors to put on it. If I do, I'll probably utilize it. Otherwise, I'll just keep it as a static yard model, have it sitting in the yard. I've got a couple up there now that are that way. But then I got this tanker. Same problem, there's no weight in it. And unfortunately the ends are broke off. You can see right through it, see that? So I don't know if I'm going to utilize this or not. Like I said, it would make a good static model. You could park it over by the oil tankers, the big round ones. But like I said, so out of 11 cars that Thomas sent me, 6 of them are actually I'm utilizing now, and then these 2 here, the gondola and open the hopper, they're going to be another 2 that I can utilize. So Tom says, Jim, one truck needs to be stiff, only move up and down a little. The other truck can be a little looser. That helps keep the car. Well, that's true. Yeah, but you got to have at least one good one, though, Yeah, that's true, too. I could print. I didn't even think about that. Duh. I could print the doors for the boxcar. Sometimes you got to kick me in the ass to get the old brain ticking. I might have a couple anyway, but if I don't, I'll just print them. Solve that problem, right? Duh. But yeah, you're right about the trucks, though. Yeah, you've got to have at least one somewhat solid. I mean, there should only be a very little play in it. And the other one needs to be a little looser to make up for the track inconsistencies or whatever, but which is the way I set most of them up anyway. So of course weight's a factor. You got to weight them down. And see, weighing down both these actually wouldn't be a problem because I can put something heavy in this. I can make a load for it. I think I actually have some 3D files for loads. And this one here, same deal. Just put a load in it and put some dirt in there underneath the load, and there's your weight. You know, there's always a way to get around things. Same thing. There's no weight in this one either. It looks like it might have had one. It's gone now. I can put a weight. I've got weights to put inside this. I got the wheel weights because that's what I used in the other two box cars. Well, actually, the box car and the covered hopper. So we got that pretty well solved, solved with no problem. But it wasn't mostly because, like I said, the money's tight, and I can't see spending $30, $40, $50, even $80 for rolling stock. To me, that's just asinine. It's a fucking piece of plastic. What was it, Dave, this morning, saying that Scale Trades had the new spiral tank cars? I might have heard it wrong. I swore he said they were $84 each. And I'm thinking, are you fucking kidding me? That's nuts, man. There's no way I'm going to spend that kind of money. I'll print my own first, And I'm getting better at printing them. I can make them more realistic if I take my time, and I'm just going to do that instead, as far as something. Otherwise, like I said, I'll go to the train shows. I'll spend $2, $3, $4 for a train car, rolling stock. I'll have to change the couplers and wheels on it, no big deal. Maybe I'll have to change the trucks, I don't care. They're gonna find things that they don't make anymore. And it'll look good on my layout, because I want some different stuff. I think that's just what I'm going to do. I'm not going to fuck around with, buying all this new fancy shit. Sure was, Rick Strange. I wish I was better at computers. Thousands of pictures and video 8mm VHS of warbirds, air racing, flying, drag racing, and trains. Yeah, there you go. And Thomas says, I'll send you $20 this time. Whatever. I ain't worried about it. We'll help with the shipping anyway. I mean, shipping wasn't that bad to send your stuff, the stuff I just sent you, so it wasn't that big of a deal. Jim, I have 3 40-foot well cars coming tomorrow. They are metal. Got good deal on Amazon. Less than $50 for all 3 of them. That was a good deal. Because Scale Trains has a set of 5, I believe. And I haven't looked lately, but at the time, that was over a year ago, they were $130 for 5 of them. And I'm thinking, damn, that's a lot of money, So, yeah, well, that's what I'm saying. And this may be the thing to do. I said, whether are those new or used, it doesn't really matter. If they're new, that's a really great price. But you're better off buying some, stuff that's not the big name brand. Maybe even used. Especially if you're going to weather. I plan on weathering a lot of my cars, rolling stock. Why would I want something really fancy with a perfect paint job on it when I'm just going to fuck it up anyway? With weathering. I mean, that's one of the reasons why I don't weather the locomotives, because, I'm thinking, well, on my layout, my locos are cleaned periodically. I mean, I might have one or two down the road that I let go to hell just because, but for the most part, I don't mind weathering rolling stock. But the locos, I want them to look good, you know. And I want some of the rolling stock to look new too. But like I said, why would you spend $80 on a tank car, weather it, graffiti it, make it look like a beat up piece of shit that you spent $80 on? I mean, that's crazy, you know. Oh, okay, that's a lot better too, Tom. Yeah, because the ones I printed, they're two cars share one set of one truck between them on each one, which is fine. But it's actually better to have two trucks on each one, and couplers on each side, you know. So we'll see. Yeah, I'll check that out later, Thomas. The Polar Express. I don't have my phone out here with me. Well, that's just it. I'm just going to start buying a lot of rolling stock, I guess, from the train shows now. A lot of the older stuff with, you know, horn hook couplers and plastic wheels. You can get them for, you know, less than $5 each, depending upon how desperate they are to sell them. If you buy bulk, you probably can get a better deal, you know. You got 20 cars, I'll give you, you know, $40 for all 20 of them, $2 a piece. You'd be surprised how many will take up on that offer, just to get rid of them, you know. So, they can, Tom. I mean, I set mine up with a really good hinge pin, winch pin, whatever you want to call it, and I don't have any problems with it. But I really had to, you know, overthink the whole pinning them together deal, because you got the same ones I got, same file, and I modified mine because the way it comes out of the file, there were going to be problems, and apparently you've experienced them. So I kind of modified the whole system. It's very free running. There's a little bit of play in it, so they're not binding up around curves or anything. Because that was the problem with the way they had it set up in the file that I got. And I'm thinking, well, this is stupid. This ain't going to work. And I made a bunch of well cars for Wes down in Australia. And I did the same thing with his that I did with mine, and he's not had any problems with them at all. So Jim, I modified mine to have two trucks on each car with two couplers on. Well, that's the way to do it, really. I mean, that was probably the best way. I could have done that too, but I wanted to save some money on couplers. So I just, you know, I said, just drop them on. There's a pin there, it's loose enough where it doesn't bind or cause problems. And it seems to work, and I've got enough weight in them, because I got to put, I mean, I've never run them empty. I don't think they're heavy enough empty to stay on the track. But I weighted down the containers and put down in them so they got some weight to them. Like you said, a lot of stuff like that's hard to put weight into. You know, well, it's like, you know, like this, for example. Unless you put a load in it, put the weights underneath the load, there's no place to put weights underneath. I mean, you could use that liquid weight stuff they got that you get in England. I don't remember what it's called. You pour it in. It's like an epoxy, but it's, I don't know if it's lead-based or what, but it actually works as it conforms to, you know, wherever you put it, and it dries solid. The same thing with, like, well, for this here. Where in the hell would you put weights on that? So really the only way to do it is to put the weights inside and put a load over the top to hide the weights. Because this thing, I think it probably weighs about an ounce. Maybe a little more, but it's not very heavy, And I tend to run on the heavier end. If there's say between 3 and 4 ounces per car, I'll run 4. I'd rather be on the heavier end than the lighter end. Hey, Carolina Foothills, how you doing? Go in bird shot. I guess you could do that. I never thought about that. Yeah, like I said, you can either use that or the liquid weight that they sell in England. Otherwise, there's no way. I don't know. Like I said, you'd think they would make these things differently. What they should have done was had a space between the chassis and the gondola body to put a metal weight in between them. But they don't do that. I don't know why. Maybe they do with the new stuff, but back in the day, I don't think they even gave a shit, Jim, 40-foot cars need to be... Yeah, exactly. So, as I said, if it takes 4 ounces, I'm going to put 4 ounces in. Even if it goes a little over, I'd rather be a little tiny bit over than a tiny bit under. So, and it seems to have worked out for me somewhat well. But, so all my running stock is, rolling stock I should say, is properly weighted, and metal wheels and Katy couplers for stuff I've already got, And I found I still have two drawers with a bunch of rolling stock in there I forgot I had. But I'm not done with the yard up top yet. I still got to put in another piece of a yard track for storage. So I don't want to put everything up there until I get that done. And plus I got it done. I've still got to drop feeders in. Although I might put the feeders closer to the fucking turnouts rather than down at the end of the yard, the end of the yard tracks. It'll be easier for me to get at. Yeah, they should, Tom, but they don't. I agree with you 100% on that one. It's well, they don't give a shit, Basically, when they produce a rolling stock now or anything, well, look at the detail, Yeah, it might be underweighted or overweighted, but don't look at that. Look at the detail, Hey, detail is important, but so is the ability to run it on the track. And, you think for the money that it should be right, everything should be within spec. But generally, as you well know, it generally isn't. So. And Thomas says, Jim, wait to see how the 3D printed movie accurate Polar Express train. You might want one also for Christmas decoration. Probably not, but we'll see though. If I can print it for you, I'll probably do it. I've had enough stuff with trains in here. We need to get a Christmas tree because the old one, I chucked it last year. It's 3 pieces, and they plugged into each other because that light's on board already. The middle section, the light's all burned out. We've had the thing for like 15 years. I said, you know what? It's time for that thing to go in the trash. I might have been a little premature on that because I want to get another one. Well, the wife wants me to get another one, and I'm going to try and find one that's a little inexpensive, She wants a 7 or 8 footer because we have vaulted ceilings in the living room. We could actually go 10 foot. I'm not putting up a 10-foot fucking tree. But normally we have a 6-footer, but she wants at least a 7. We could find one that's decent for, not crazy money. I'll pick one up probably early December. It'd have to be like right around the $100 range, 125 maybe. I've seen some of these trees. They want 3, 4. I saw one they wanted $700 for. It was 9 foot. It looked like shit if you ask me. It was too narrow. I like a tree that's full. But a lot of the trees now they're real narrow. $800 for that thing. Are you fucking nuts? That's crazy. No. Bernard's the sun going down. I better get out and get my fat ass kicked about to grab a few mags and empty them on the Chevy truck. Too many hands on it before I decided I could fix it. And $1,000, maybe the AR-10. There you go. Little target practice, huh? Sounds like a plan to me. There goes bullet holes for AC. There you go. I don't know. You're probably Swiss cheesing enough to where it won't run anymore anyway. Carolina said there are no trees in this house. 4 cats, no way. Well, that's another thing. Now we got 2 dogs. Of course, we're fostering cats. Right now we have 5 cats in the house. 4 kittens and the mama. My wife wants to keep the mama and one of the kittens. I want to keep one of the kittens. I don't know what's going to happen with that, but cause I told her she can only have one. Because I'm thinking the same thing, man, And cats get into shit, They get up on my desk, they knock things over. The one I like, Callie, is a calico cat, calico colors. Pretty cat. She gets up on my desk, and she's just a kitten. She's about, I think, 2 months old, somewhere around there. She went to walk on something. She slipped on a plastic wrapper, or spooked her. So she jumped, knocked over half a glass of water I had on there. The desk didn't get wet, but I sure as hell did. It's like, you crazy fucking cat, And of course, she goes up there, I'm on the computer, she'll try and attack the mouse, the cursor on the screen. I'm going, I ain't gonna work either. So yeah, I can imagine what would happen if we had a tree in there. I mean, they get on top of the cabinets in the kitchen, because we have a space between the ceiling and the top of the cabinets. So they go up on the little table, get up on top of the refrigerator, and jump over on top of the cabinet. They just kind of hang out up there. It drives dead nuts. I said, well, they're cats. That's what they do, We had a 4-foot ladder in the house because Deb was changing light bulbs or something. And she had it in, in the dining room for a while. And the cats would all climb up on it and just hang out, They have their own little cat condo thing. And they use it, but they really like other shit, I'm a dog person myself, mostly. But I have affinity for cats, too. I mean, I'm mostly, if I had to make a choice, I'd pick a dog every time. But the cats are cool, They're pretty smart. I mean, we have the handle doorknobs. We don't have just the round knobs that got the straight handle on them. But Mama will jump up, grab the handle, pull it down as she's pushing on the door when she jumps into it, and actually opens doors. I didn't even think they were smart enough to do that. Apparently some of them are. I mean, it's kind of funny in a way, but I don't know. But we got to have a tree, I guess, because Deb wants one. If it were up to me, I'd probably say, fuck it, I don't care. The kids are all grown. Christmas doesn't have the same meaning that it did when I was younger, when my kids were, young. So, Ray says, I'm allergic, so it's dogs for me. Well, fortunately, I'm not allergic to either one. I know people that are. I know people are allergic to dogs. Some people are allergic to cats. That's a cruel fate to have to deal with. I think you're talking about STL. STL is stereo something lithograph, and OBJ is object. That's just short for that. They're just two different file formats. My printer will read either one. I think they're the only two that it will read. There are other ones too, but they don't read them. So I still have cats because I work and EMS, and I could be gone for a couple of days, and my house still needs to be there when I get back. That's true. As long as you got food out for them and a clean litter box, they pretty well take care of themselves. You can't really do that with a dog. You don't get back every day with your dog. The dog gonna go nuts, tear up your house, shit and piss all over the place. It's not good. Now my dogs are spoiled because I haven't worked since 2007. I'm always home pretty much, and they're used to me being there. The dogs are. And, if I have to go out and say, well, I got to go to the doctor or I got to go shopping, you're going to have to stay here and guard the house. And they understand it, because at first, Pogo, he didn't like me leaving. Oh, separation anxiety. He said, you can't do this because I cannot take you with me into a grocery store or the doctor's office. They frown on that sort of thing. They got used to it, so now it's not a big deal, But I would never leave him, alone for more than realistically 8 hours because, we've had to go to Naples for doctor's appointments and stuff. And I'd be gone 6-7 hours. Come back and, he's not put in a cage or anything, he's fine. But beyond that, that's too long to leave a dog by their own devices. Thomas says, all I have to say is I hope it turns out well. I've been wanting the movie Accurate Express for a long time. I don't know. I'll take a look at it and see what I can do. No promises. I don't make promises on any 3D prints anymore. Sometimes I could do them. Sometimes I can't. It just all depends upon how they're set up. And, like the last one, I couldn't do because it was in pieces, which wasn't a problem. Well, I didn't want to take the time to separate everything. But when you've got like everything laid out in like a square, and this is a problem on a filament printer. Sometimes you can print one or two objects simultaneously, but not usually. Depending on the printer too, probably. But for me, I find that I can't really do a whole bunch of things on the plate at one time, especially if they're different. Now, if I needed a bunch of blocks, for example, that wouldn't be a problem. If I had to print a square block, a rectangular block, a ball, maybe a piece of pipe, that would be a problem trying to print it all simultaneously on the filament printer. So when I tried to print that, what would happen was it wouldn't stay on the build plate because of the different surfaces. It would break loose. This is all right. Well, I'll go ahead and put a what do you call it? A rasp? Raft. I put a raft under it, which basically puts down like a whole sheet, and then puts the parts on top of that sheet. Problem is, I couldn't get the fucking parts off the raft after it printed. It printed fine, but then I couldn't remove them from the raft, and they had to be removed. So I said, you know what? There you go, right in the fucking trash. Normally when I print things with a skirt, which is just an outline around the model that you're printing, just to help improve adhesion. But a lot of that stuff you can't get away with just using a skirt. You don't do 3D printers, so you probably don't understand half of this stuff, but I've learned the hard way what I can do and what I can't do. So, you know. And a lot of times, like I said, it's the way the file's designed. The good thing is when you got pieces like that, you can make the parts bigger because they're individualized. And you can come up with a much bigger model than you could build, than you can make just on the build plate by its restrictions. So that's just one of those things that it is what it is. Yeah, I use the glue stick for adhesion too, Carolina, but it doesn't always work for some reason. Because back when I had my Annette A3, that had a glass build plate on it, and you had to use the glue or hairspray. I found that the glue stick worked the best, and I would buy 10 sticks at a time, and they'd go pretty quick, And I don't know, it might be a problem because this has a textured build plate. And they tell you you're not supposed to use anything on it. So, I mean, I could flip it over because the backside is smooth. And maybe the glue would work better on that. I never tried that. Never thought about it. I'll have to experiment with that one day and see how that works. Because that's got the magnetic build plate on it, and one side is textured, the other side is smooth. And I remember reading somewhere that you can use the smooth side under certain circumstances. I just never tried it, so. I mean, as much as I think I know about this stuff, in some ways I'm still a newbie, Even though I've been printing a lot over the last... See, I've been 3D printing for almost 10 years now. A long time. And I've, worked my way up with different machines to where I'm now with the Anycubic. But like I said, I'm going to use the one that Tom Grassi, I can never remember the fucking name of it. But, Bamboo Labs. I'm going to get a Bamboo Labs A1 probably next year. It's $600. It's not cheap. I'm not going to do the multicolor unit on it. I have no interest in doing that. But it does print better and faster than these do. And eventually these are going to wear out. And like I said, you can't get parts for them. If it wasn't for Tom having his Anycubic Viper, it let go on him. And there's still a lot of good parts on there that I could utilize. If it wasn't for that, that thing would be going in the trash. Can't get nothing for it. I couldn't even find a damn drive belt. You'd think, all right, belts, that's a common issue, because they do break or stretch. You should be able to find one anywhere. But you can't. They just don't make them. They have universal belts, which may or may not work. Because like I said, the tensioner design on it is terrible too. Not the way I would do it. So you're very limited to how much length you can compensate for tension. And overall, the machine, I like it. Don't get me wrong, but realistically, its building, or it's the way it's built, is total bullshit. It's fine when it works, but when it breaks, you're going to be doing a lot of cussing and tool throwing. If you're into that sort of thing. I'm not, but you know. Like I said, I found a shortcut to put the belt on because you can't remove the build plate that easily. You know, you could take off the tensioner in the front, slide it off the tracks, unhook the belt, sort of. And I did the reverse to put it back on, but then to get to the back half of the belt, I found it was easier to remove the servo. And it was like a hole with a divider between it. Well, I cut the divider out because it's unnecessary. Put it all back, put it back on the build plate, the belt, slid it forward, and was able to pull the belt through the hole and get it around the gear of the servo. Otherwise, you couldn't fucking do it. I mean, unless you had a pair of skinny, really skinny, long-ass needle-nose pliers to try and manipulate the belt. It was stupid. If they'd have had a way to just remove the build plate from the roller assembly, it would have been a 2-minute job. But no. Let's cover it up with the magnetic sheet on top of the build plate so that you can use the build plate cover. And they should have at least drilled holes where the screws were. Then I noticed too, there's like eight screws holding that fucking thing down. And it would just have been a pain in the ass no matter what. So basically what I did, I fixed it. I don't know. I looked today. It's down there by the Caribbean, I think. They don't know where it's going. Now, the other day I looked at it, and the spaghetti model took it away from Florida. If it was going to hit the States, it would have hit North Carolina. Otherwise, it would have went out to the Atlantic like the previous ones have done. But now they're saying, well, there's a possibility it can either go into the Gulf of America, between us and Mexico, or it could hit the Atlantic side of Florida and then travel up the coast, or it could go out into the Atlantic. They don't fucking know. I think they're hopeful that it's going to hit land and do all kinds of destruction because they get off on that shit. I personally think it's going to be a nothing burger. And I've been telling my wife was all freaked out. Well, we're going to get it. She's been saying the last 5 hurricanes again, we're going to get it. No, we're not. And we didn't. As I'm telling you, because of the way the weather's working right now, there's something out there that's pushing it away from our country. There's been no direct hits. We've had it brushed by Florida, one of them did. Brushed by the Carolinas. A little bit of wind, a little bit of flooding. Not here, but, we haven't had a dead-on hit. So I don't think this one's going to be any different. And this may well be, well, the season's over on November 30th. We're getting near the end of October already. I don't think we're going to get hit this year by any of them. All the weather modification they've been doing, and I firmly believe that's what they've been doing. There's side effects to that, and let's do this and do this, but it's causing other anomalies within the weather. And it seems like for some reason, it's pushing the hurricanes away from us instead of toward us. So, all that shit they did last year and the year before, we might be seeing the fruits of it. I could be wrong, but I have a feeling I'm not. He said, it's all the hot air we are getting from when all the Dems talk. That's what's blowing him out to sea. That could be. I don't buy that hot air shit anyway. And the reason I don't is because, when I was a kid, and I honestly don't remember a hurricane ever hitting New Jersey or New York. That was strictly a Florida thing, you know. Maybe the Carolinas, but that was about it, you know. They never went up that high because, you know, the water is very cold up north. They say, well, when the water's hot, that generates the hurricanes. I think they're full of shit. Because we've had hurricanes that traveled up to New England. The water's like fucking ice cold up there. And yet we still got a Category 3, 4, or 5 hurricane. How are they surviving in cold water? Somebody's lying. And you could make of that what you will. I kind of like that, though, the hot air from the Democrats. They're hurting right now. I heard that they're just they're getting trounced. Trump is just kicking their asses left and right. And that's a good thing. I hope he keeps it up. We'll have to wait and see. And the shit with the groceries and the food stamps. Now, if they don't reopen the government come November 1st, nobody's getting food stamps or Section 8 housing. The money will stop. I think it should anyway, to be honest with you. Too many people are... I saw one today. This black woman, I don't know how many kids, I think she had 9 kids. They said she had $12,000 on her EBT card. She spent $1,500 of it at the grocery store. 3 fucking shopping carts overflowing. $1,500 worth. And she's crying, well, I don't know what I'm going to do if they shut off the food stamps. Well, shit, bitch, you already weigh 300 pounds. You know. You could probably go a month without food anyway. How do you get $12,000 worth of food stamps? You know. I spend about $300 a month for me and the wife. We try and eat steak one night a week, like Sunday night steak night. I look for cheaper cuts, you know. They're not big filet mignons or anything because I can't afford that, you know. I find a, $12 steak, cut it in half, that's our steak for the night, you know. Other than that, we eat a lot of hamburgers, hot dogs. I get codfish from Omaha Steaks. We get chicken breast sometimes, you know. We don't eat that great. I mean, we're not eating bad, but we're not spending crazy money on food because we can't afford it, you know. So these people, they're going to go from, thousands of dollars a month to nothing, and they're already getting stupid. Well, if I can't get my food stamps, I'm just going to steal what I want. So I told my wife, I said, come November 1st, I'm carrying every time we go to the store. I don't do it anymore because I don't really feel, like it's necessary. But now I'm thinking, you know what? We got a lot of people on food stamps. They go to Winn-Dixie, on the 3rd of the month, 1st of the month, whatever. I'm not taking any chances. Because they're talking about robbing white people of their food as they go out to the car. Yeah, go ahead and try and see what happens. I'll put a fucking bullet in your head so fast it won't make a difference because you'll be dead. I don't give a fuck. If you try and steal my food, I will kill you. Because I work for my food. I earned it. I don't get food stamps. I don't qualify. This is bullshit. They're talking about putting the National Guard in front of every grocery store because they're expecting the worst to happen. Jim, you only saw half of the children. She was, I'm sure. But that's not my problem. You can't keep your legs closed, that's your problem, They had one white bitch. Well, it's the taxpayer's responsibility to feed my kids. Bitch, I never heard that one. Fuck you. I ain't feed nobody's kids. I have a tough enough time feeding myself. It's ridiculous. That's what I'm saying. So I don't know what's going to happen, but I know, Tom, you're in Jersey, so you're kind of screwed gun-wise. I know they're really strict up there, but if you live in a gun-free state or a gun-capable state like I do, I would suggest not going out after November 1st without your gun. Be prepared to use it. Like I said, you try and steal from me, I'll just drop you. I don't care. You know, I don't give a fuck what color you are, what your problems are. Not my problem. All I know is what's mine is mine, and it ain't yours. You know. So, but it's, you know, of course they're blaming Trump for it. It could be Trump, but mostly it's the Democrats, because the fucking Democrats won't do the emergency funding for the government unless the government agrees to give illegals free health care. Well, what the fuck is wrong with these idiots? The only thing we should be giving them for free is a ticket out of town. You know, the illegals. So this has been the stumbling block for the whole funding the government. The Democrats won't budge. The Republicans won't either. They already said, Trump said, we're not paying illegals. We're not giving them free health care. Just not doing it. You know. The Democrats, well, if you don't do it, we'll just keep the government shut down. Well, you know what? Go ahead. I don't care. Our Social Security checks are automated. We get paid no matter what. You know, and other than that, what else do you need from the government? They ain't doing us no fucking good anyway. I'll have to wait and see how that pans out, but... And people are nuts. And I know people do desperate things when they're hungry. But the reality is, you know, get a fucking job and buy your own damn food. There's another woman, she walks in there, grabs 30 packages of fucking salmon, 30 packages of fucking New York strip steak, and pays for it with food stamps. They're looking at probably several $100 for that stuff, you know. Not even blink an eye at it. I'm thinking, you know what? We got a problem here. Jim, the Dems want one. Yeah, I know, $1.5 trillion. Fuck them. You know what? I don't give a shit if them people are hungry or not. Go back where you came from. You know? You didn't come here legally. You have no rights. You don't get due process, because that's reserved for Americans. You know, and the pay, I mean, well, you know why the Dems are doing it, because they want that voter block. They know they can't win another election without the illegals, because the Republicans outnumber the Democrats. Not by much, like 2%, but still, you know. If they lose all their illegals and all those votes, they'll never get back in office. And I have no issue with that, because they shouldn't be there anyway. I said, well, I didn't say it to him, but my wise guy said, Trump, if you ever read this, deport all the Democrats. They're enemies of the state. Kick them the fuck out, you know. Strip them of their citizenship and send them somewhere, you know. I don't care where, just not here. It's a song for the bar there. You don't have to go home, but you can't stay here. Was that Cheers? It's sad that the Snap people are eating steak and lobster, not eating ramen. It's true, Carolina. It's bullshit. You know, like I said, I have to really... When we go to the store, I don't have unlimited funds. Like I said, I get roughly, I get $15.73 for disability check every month. You know, which I'm actually in the lower end of it. Most people get $2,000 because I came in late or something. Because I put a lot of money into Social Security. And they won't switch me over to regular Social Security because I'd be getting twice that. That's how much money I put in the system. Then I get another $600 from my mother-in-law, because she rents my guest house. So basically, I get $2,100 a month. You know, I have no mortgage or rent, so that's a good thing. But, you know, I got car insurance, I got electric bill. Electric bill's been crazy lately. Water bill. I have several credit card bills, you know. I mean, I don't have a lot of money left over. And then I have to put money aside for the property taxes until they finally do away with that, hopefully. So we go into stores, all right, well, this is what we got. I got $200 that I could spend on food that should get us through the month, hopefully. It never does. But I try and factor that in. You know, you don't get a lot for $200. I mean, I remember a time when $200 would feed a family of 6 for 3 months. It wasn't that long ago. But now it's a joke. I mean, it's crazy, you know. I go into Winn-Dixie for a couple of things. I walk out the door $80, $90 poor. You know, what did I get? A couple loaves of bread, some hot dog buns, hamburger buns, and I buy the cheap shit, $1.99 for, you know, an 8-pack of buns, the store brand. I get 3 12-packs of ginger ale, because the only thing I'm really allowed to drink. Here are 3 for $13.98. And I'll get, like I said, I'll get a couple of 2 or 3 steaks, or I'll try and get 4 steaks to get through the month. I try not to spend more than $10 or $12 on each steak. I mean, the shit adds up, you know. We need pasta, we need sauce, you know, we need, I eat a lot of mac and cheese. I don't eat a lot of really good stuff. I mean, I try to. I'm kind of on a protein diet. And I spend $130 at Omaha Steaks every month too, that mail order. I get all my hamburgers from them, some chicken, some fish, and hot dogs because they're actually steak dogs. There's no fillers or bullshit in them. I can eat them fine, you know. That's $130 there too. So then, you know, then you factor in, well, maybe we need some cleaning supplies. You know, we might need pods for the dishwasher. We need clothes soap, you know, or some Brillo. That shit all adds up, man. It's tough. I mean, I don't have to tell you guys this. You know how it is. That's what I'm saying. These fuckers, they walk in the store with their EBT card, and they buy food without even looking at the price. Well, and most of it's garbage anyway. They had one woman went in there. Guess she was having a big birthday party for her kid, and she was going to feed the whole fucking neighborhood with junk food. You know, ice cream, cookies, candy. What the fuck? You shouldn't be allowed to buy that crap with food stamps. John Nippenberg, what'd you miss? Everything. Oh, absolutely, Tom. Deport them all and seize their assets. Absolutely. And you got 4 items. Well, that's what I said. I don't get much, you know. I mean, not like I used to. When I was married to my first wife, I'd spend, you know, $200 or $300 to feed the 6 of us, and we'd be good for the whole month. And we ate well. I actually did buy filet mignon and, you know, T-bones and New York strip, and I mean, I ate steak every night, you know. But it was a lot cheaper then. Of course, I made good money, so that wasn't an issue. But today, as I said, you could blow $1,000 at the store, and maybe you'll get through the month, depending what you buy. Thomas Jim, I'll send you to Santa Fe. Okay, cool. John says, Trump has asked the cattlemen to cut costs. Well, I wish they would, because, you know, it's ridiculous. You know, like I said, steak almost tripled in price in the last couple of months. And I understand, because gas is going down. Last I looked, gas in Sebring was, I think, $2.93 or $2.91. You know, it's a lot better than the $3.15, $3.18 it's been. Why isn't everything else going down with it, you know? Well, I'm going to try, Thomas. We'll see how that goes. So, as like I said, it's just, something has to change. Now, I don't like to see people go hungry, but then again, like I said, you're getting free money that isn't really free because, well, I don't pay taxes anymore because I'm too old. But back when I did, and a lot of you guys still pay taxes, you're paying for that food. And you ever see these people, they're always into like 250 and 250 pounds and up. And somebody pointed out, especially black women, these women are like 300 pounds and their kids are skinny as a rail. So you know who ain't getting the food. There's something wrong there, One of them was complaining because some states they won't let you buy junk food with food stamps. And this one white woman, she was in there. She says, "Well, I can't buy my kid ice cream, or I can't get myself a freeze pop." Well, apparently not. If you want to buy that stuff, use your own damn money. And then she says, "Well, I got to use my hard-earned money for that." Well, yeah, so do the rest of us. You're getting free food and you're bitching about it. What the fuck? Ray says, I stopped eating red meat, so I'm not worried about having steak. Oh man, red meat's good for you. But, to each his own. I've always loved steak, man. I've always been a steak and potatoes guy anyway. And I felt my best when I was eating, red meat every night. Now, like I said, I'm not eating it as much because I can't afford it. It feels as good as I used to, I don't know if it's old age or what, but, it's just very good for you at any age. So... But yeah, so like I said, and of course Section 8 housing, if you're old or you're disabled, I think you should be qualified for it. But if you're young and you're capable of working and got 40 kids, no, you should not get Section 8 housing. This is what I'm saying. When I was a kid, and I know most of you guys are in my age range, probably remember the same thing. A simple saying, if you didn't work, you didn't eat. It was hard to get food stamps. And most people were too proud to take them anyway. Because, you were expected to go out, work your ass off so you could feed yourself and your family. Apparently that doesn't apply anymore. In New Jersey, EBT cannot buy... see, now, that's the way it used to be here. First, there was two things. You had to have a kitchen. If you were homeless, you couldn't get food stamps. You had to have your own kitchen to cook in. You couldn't buy prepared foods like McDonald's or Burger King, or even if you went to 7-Eleven, they had the hot dogs or sandwiches that were already prepared. You couldn't buy them with food stamps. And then all of a sudden, that just went away. Oh, you can buy anything now. People go into McDonald's and use food stamps to buy their crap. And I understand why that's allowed. Because that food really is garbage, And once again, if you can't cook, well, obviously you don't need to eat. Lower the price on my filet. There you go. Filet mignon. I wish they would. Back when I used to eat it, I would pay, it was like 2 pounds of it, I think, or maybe 5, I don't remember. It's a pretty big piece. It was $80, which at the time was a lot of fucking money for a piece of meat. And then when you cleaned it, because there was always a lot of fat in there, once they got rid of all the fat or most of the fat, you got about half the meat, still for $80. Yeah. I bought it on occasion because I really liked it. I mean, cook it on the grill, melt in your mouth, and it was the best thing you could ever eat, Hey, I worked at a restaurant, back when I was a teenager, and the chef, one of the main items on the menu was filet mignon. He would cut all the fat off of it, put it in a baggie, because he said, "You have a dog." I said, "Yeah, why?" "Here, give this to your dog." I took it home, looked at it, fuck the dog, I'm eating this shit. Because there was so much meat on it that he was slicing off with the fat, and the meat actually helps it, or the fat does. And I wound up eating it myself. Every night I ate free filet mignon. About a quarter pound of it. He thought I was giving it to the dog. I shared it with the dog too, but I give him the fat and I ate the meat. Jim, I hope you make the movie Polar Express Train 9 inches long. I'll try. Now 2 slices is $80. I don't doubt it. Have you ever see that Wagyu meat? Wagyu or Wag, I'm not sure how you pronounce it. From Japan. It's like specially aged or something. That shit's like $40 a pound or something, or $80 a pound. I don't remember. I've never tried it. I'd love to. But there's no way in hell I could ever afford to buy it, And it's like, holy shit, But that's kind of the way it works. I mean, I gotta refresh this thing constantly. Last thing that went up on her was you were asking me about Hurricane Melissa. Yeah, I mean it's rough out there, and it's not getting any cheaper. I think it's going to continually get worse until it finally collapses. Then maybe we might have to do civil war or something. That Wagyu is really yeah, it's beautiful meat. And I say it's really good to eat. I'd love to try it, but man, I just can't afford that, I mean, I'm not a rich man by any stretch. I'm closer to a poor man. I mean, realistically, I'm not poor, but I'm close, I mean, according to the government, I'm living below the poverty level. So, But I don't feel like I'm poor. I know people that are way worse off than I am. So, natural is $500 of food. Well, that's what I'm saying. It's not hard to do that. I said, I'll grab, I drive the power chairs around, in the store. They have a pretty small basket in the front. I can fill that basket and it's $150, And not, like I said, not really expensive food. I buy a lot of buy one, get one, the BOGOs. I always look for BOGOs on everything. Or sale items. You have to be a little smarter when you shop nowadays. There's just no way I could go up and down the aisles and I'll take this, I'll take that without looking at the price. Because I would probably die of sticker shock when I got to the register. So, Don says, I'm glad I'm Italian and like pasta. I make my own sauce. And that's good. Yeah, that's true. It is. Well, I'm Italian too, so, And I still like pasta, but I have to cut back a little because my diabetes and fucking, you can't eat a lot of carbs. Yeah, I know. I still do. You give me a good plate of ravioli or lasagna. I love that stuff, man. But even then, Deb will make homemade lasagna. It's expensive. It's like $30 to make a dish of it, when you factor in all the stuff you need. Tastes great. But John says, I think the Japanese feed them wine on top. Yeah, they might. I don't know. I'm not sure how they do it. Well, they say that's like the best meat. It's way better than filet mignon. I've had filet mignon, and I'll tell you, that shit melts in your mouth. So that Wagyu, it's got to be really great if it's better than filet mignon. Derek says, Thomas sausage isn't that expensive and it's great. And that's true. Well, I don't shop at Walmart. I refuse to shop at Walmart. It pisses my wife off because she likes Walmart, but Walmart's expensive as shit. their food is largely garbage, you know. And you gotta be careful. Us store brand Walmart stuff is genetically modified. I don't eat genetically modified food, you know. Just don't. I bought some fries, French fries. They were store brand, and Deb cooked them up for him. It's about a couple years back, and I started eating them. Going, what the fuck is wrong with these things? I said, these things out of date. And you look, no, they're in date. I started looking at it. They contain genetically modified organisms. Well, let's throw that shit in the garbage, and I did, the whole bag, and that was a big bag. I never bought it again after that. I bought a name brand, and that's it. You know, I could taste it, because basically, genetically modified means you're eating Roundup. You know, well, I don't eat Roundup because, you know, I don't have a problem with pests. So there's no reason to eat stuff with that crap in it. Now, we don't have Piggly Wiggly down here. They have them up in Georgia. I think there's one in North Florida. I've been in one once. I think it was in Georgia. They're kind of neat store. Weird name. But they're not Walmart though. That's the whole thing. Walmart's a whole different animal. I like Winn-Dixie. My wife likes Publix. Publix has somewhat better food, but you pay dearly for it. And like hot dog buns, for example. I can get the store brand in Winn-Dixie for $1.99 for an 8-pack. Go to Publix, get their store brand, it's $3 fucking. Well, I ain't paying $3 for that. Ain't no better or different than the one in Winn-Dixie. So why spend the extra money, you know? John says the wife makes tomato, onion, and pepper sauce. That's great on Italian sauce. Yeah, I'll bet it is. Sounds good. And Thomas says, yes, I use that in my sauce. Never was good at making meatballs, so I use sausage in place of meatball. Yeah, well, my wife's good at making meatballs too, so I don't have to worry about that. But either one will work, sausage or meatballs. Jim, not Wally World. Yeah, I had a friend always call it. Well, I had a friend used to call it World of Wallace. You're gonna go to World of Wallace? No, I'm going to Walmart. That's World of Wallace. All right, so kind of stuck with me for a while. I don't like Walmart. I never did. And a lot. I don't know if this one here does. And there's one here in Sebring. And I heard that all the Walmarts were going to do away with cashiers and use your phone. Fuck that. I refuse to do business. That's why I quit. I used to have a Sam's Club. I was a member many, many years. They did away with the registers. At least the one in Naples anyway. Won't deal with them anymore. Let my membership lapse. We're done here. You know. You want to get rid of the cashiers and the self-checkouts and use your phone as you go out the door to save yourself money, but you're not saving me any money. And I just don't like the idea of having my food get paid for by the phone. I don't trust it, you know. John says GMO sounds like Bill Gates. Well, it is. Bill Gates, you know, he's an asshole too. I don't know why that fucker is still breathing. When's he gonna die anyway? That's one sick bastard right there, man. Carolina says Better Goods is Walmart non-GMO brand. Yeah, anything. Well, if you get non-GMO, it's not too bad. But like I said, they're getting expensive too. I found that Winn-Dixie's the cheapest store out of the three. And plus it's closer, it's convenient. Walmart's always fucking crowded. You know, and I don't like crowds. I go into Winn-Dixie's, hardly anybody there. Get what I need, pay for it out the door and go home. You know. And it's only 2 miles down the road. Walmart's like 10 miles down the road. First, you got to find a fucking handicap spot, which is nearly impossible. And then you got to find a power chair, which is also nearly impossible. And then you got to deal with assholes in the store, and there are plenty of them. You know. Now they're putting cricket parts in. Yeah, I know. I actually, there's I don't have my phone here, but I've got an app on my phone that will scan the barcode of any food and let you know if there's insects in it. It works. You know, well, none of the food I buy has insects in it, but there are many foods that do. Flour especially. You know, cooking flour. Well, that shit's made with crickets. I ain't eating no fucking bugs. I don't care what anybody says. Yeah, protein my ass. Jim, I hate McDonald's. I don't eat any of that fast food shit. It's all garbage. Yes, they get rid of all the cashiers and raise it. I know. Go fucking figure, right? Well, we're saving millions of dollars by getting rid of the humans. But let's raise the prices anyway. Yeah, I got a better idea. How about you go fuck yourself? You know. And Walmart's locking up everything now. Because they've had such a problem with retail theft. Everything's behind a fucking door with a lock on it. You know. So, and it wouldn't be so bad if they had employees on every aisle to unlock the door for you. But they don't. You got to go hunt one down. And here's the stupidity of it. So let's say you want razor blades for your shaver. They're behind a locked case. You got to find an associate to unlock the case for you. She'll hand them to you, lock up the case, and go about her business. What's to stop you from walking out the door with it? It's stupid. And they don't see this. You know, well, if they actually held on to the object and took it up to the cash register, handed it to the cashier, and then gave it to you after you paid for it, that would make sense. But to just hand it to you, what's to prevent you from walking out the door with it? I mean, I don't know how many people think about this. That was the first thing that came into my mind. Well, this is fucking ignorant. You know. Let's see. The wife goes to Walmart occasionally. We hardly ever go to Target. I don't like Target either. I did hit my first Buc-ee's about a month ago. That was fun. Now, they got a few Buc-ee's. They're not too far away from. I haven't been to one yet. Tom Kvichak from Tom's Trains and Things. Every time they go to a car show, or a train show, there's usually a Buc-ee's in the area, and they go. I haven't had the pleasure yet. One of these days. Bill Gates should rot in hell. Yes, he should. Oh, he's going there anyway, but there are great videos on YouTube of the PI. I've seen those too, Derek. I've seen a lot of them people in real life, man. Back in Naples, we had the Walmart Supercenter about a little over a mile from my house. And I'd ride my scooter over there because it was convenient. I could just ride the scooter in the store, you know. And I wouldn't have to worry about getting a power chair or anything. But they had this one guy, well, I think he was a guy. It had a beard. An old guy, he was probably in his late 60s, early 70s. Wore a mini skirt, a woman's blouse, wore a bra apparently, and high-heeled shoes, and had a purse he carried with him. He used to hang around the Walmart all the time. What the fuck is wrong with you? I never talked to him because, you know, I don't want to get arrested. And chances are if I'd opened my mouth, I'd probably be promptly arrested. Because, you know, I don't give a fuck. Caroline says it stops you from taking 50. Well, maybe, but still, what difference does it make? You know, you can go there 4 or 5 times a day, have them open the cabinet for what you want, walk out the fucking door with it, you know, shove it down your pants or something. I mean, the smart thing to do, if you get caught shoplifting, you get a bullet right then and there. I know it sounds drastic, but it would cut down on shoplifting, wouldn't it? Derek says to make it so you can only walk out with one of them and not all of them. Yeah, but, you know, I know, assholes, they will take the whole rack, but still, they're not fixing the problem. I'm not a thief, never have been. Most people I know have never stolen from a store. Why should I fucking have to suffer and waste my time chasing down somebody to unlock something rather than just fucking deal with the criminals? You know. I remember being in Walmart down in Naples. There's a black guy, was a 50-inch flat screen TV. Walked right out the door with it. They're chasing him, sir, where's your receipt? He didn't have a receipt because he didn't buy it. And they couldn't touch him because, you know, once he got out the door, it would be a crime for them to actually try and detain them. This is bullshit. You know? I say, you know, you produce a receipt or catch a bullet. Your choice. What do you want to do? Bet you money he'll drop the shit and run. Or I'll produce a receipt if he actually has one. Well, check your email, Jim, see what you think about. All right, well, have a good one, Thomas. We'll see you next time. I'll let you know. I'll shoot you an email when I figure it out. Like in Commie Formula, they lie. I know. Oh, this will cut down on retail theft. We just won't prosecute them. People that never stole a day in their life said, hey, do we need any shit? We can get it for free now. I mean, how fucking dumb was that fucking... I mean, whoever come up with that idea they need to get flogged. We need to bring back flogging, you know? It's fucking ridiculous. John says, 2 things I can't stand are thieves and liars. So I stay away from the Clintons. I'm the same way, man. You know? Especially if you steal from me. If you steal from me, and I can legally get away with it, I will kill you. I don't care. You know? And I don't like liars either, because I can usually catch somebody in a lie. And there's no reason to lie to me, because I really don't give a shit one way or the other. Derek says New York is $9.99.99, only 1,000 or more. That's fucking ridiculous. I don't care if you steal a 2-cent piece of bubble gum. That should carry the same penalty as stealing a $500 flat screen TV. Stealing is stealing. It doesn't matter how much you stole. But I have the same problem. I've talked about this in my Wise Guy videos. There's different degrees of murder. You have murder 1, which is, you know, premeditated. You sat down and thought about it, planned it out, and then carried it out. You have murder 2, which is, spur of the moment, you kill the guy. And you got 3rd degree murder or manslaughter. You didn't really mean to, but it happened. You know, this is bullshit. At the end of the day, is the motherfucker not dead? It doesn't matter how, why, or when you kill the person. The fact that you took a life, you should have to forfeit your own, unless it's self-defense. But if you murder somebody, I don't give a fuck whether you planned it out or you did it at the spur of the moment or you did it by accident. You should lose your life. End of subject. You know. It was bullshit. I mean, it was that fucking... well, then they got that guy, remember the black guy that killed the white woman on the train in North Carolina? He's pleading, he's going to do the insanity plea. He may get off. I don't give a fuck whether you're insane or not. If you do something like that, you probably are insane. Doesn't matter. You took a life, you lose your own. And not 20 years from now. They caught him on fucking video. I mean, if I'd have been the cop there, I'd have said, there's the guy, boom, problem solved. You know? It's just the way it is. Carolina says bubblegum was 50 cents. Yeah, it probably is now. I mean, I remember penny bubble gum when I was a kid, you know, a bazooka. It was a penny a piece, you know. Those days are gone, huh? Derek says it used to be 1 cent to $999.99 was the misdemeanor, and $1,000 was a felony. They basically dropped the misdemeanor. Yeah, it was still stupid though. Like I said, it shouldn't matter. You know. Well, we're gonna let him off because, you know, he only stole a $200 TV. If he'd have stole a $1,500 TV, then we'd have to put him in prison. It's fucking stupid. Exactly, Tom. You know, murder is murder, no level. That's the bleeding hearts try hugging kisses on the criminals. I'm sorry, but I have a different attitude about it. And some people, you know, they don't like my attitude. I really don't give a fuck. You know, you take a life, you fucking lose your own. That's simple. The only exception is self-defense. You know, it was just recently. They caught the guy. He was black. I think it's the one that killed the woman on the trail. She was jogging or walking her dog. And he fucking choked her out and then stabbed her. And they thought he tried to rape her. And he goes, no, I didn't want to rape the woman. I just wanted to kill her. Why is this man getting a trial? He admitted, I just wanted to kill her. You know. Not that raping her would have been any better. But, I mean, the guy admitted to his crime. You don't need a trial at that point. What's the point of a trial? You've already admitted what you've done. Take him out back, put one in the back of his fucking head, and move on. You know. I mean, that's what I would do. Derek says what you need is a mandatory minimum. Well, yes and no. Once again, I don't believe in life imprisonment. Because life imprisonment is paid vacation. And I know you guys probably aren't going to agree with me on it, but think about it. You commit a crime, you kill someone, you take someone's life, maybe you dissect them, or who knows what the fuck you did. You're going to get the rest of your life behind bars. While you're there, you get to eat 3 meals a day. You get a nice warm bed to lay in, a blanket, a pillow. You got food to eat, you know, like I said, 3 times a day. You're in a climate-controlled environment. And if you get sick, they got to fix you up. And you don't have to work a minute for that. How is that not a paid vacation? How is that a punishment? Life in prison should be like in the Mexican jails, roughly 5 years. You're in a 4x4 cell with a dirt floor and a fucking hole in it to piss and shit in. You might get 1 meal a day if you want to call it that, the bare minimum to survive. And then you don't get a bed or any of that crap. You lay on a cold, damp dirt floor. There's no air conditioning, no heating. You never come out of the cell. And once or twice a day, maybe a guard will come in and beat the hell out of you just to entertain himself. Roughly, a life sentence in a Mexican prison is about 5 years, if you're strong and healthy. Maybe we need to do that. And remember, we're paying what, $80,000 a year to house and feed and clothe these prisoners for the rest of their life? Where's the justice in that? Hey, Stormy Sky, how you doing, Dave? We're talking about the penal system and how fucked up it is. You know. That's what I'm saying. It's just, you know, I'm not, you know, everybody's talking about, you know, Trump being a king. I don't really care if he was. You know, I don't think it would be that bad. I mean, I know his hands are tied in a lot of things he wants to fix. And I said, the Democrats fight him every step of the way. You know, he's trying to get rid of the illegals. Oh, you can't do that. We got judges that'll stop you in your tracks. those judges should be brought up on charges of treason and fucking executed. You know, but that's the Democrats. Because, you know, they're protecting their voter base. But it's bullshit. You know, well, you can't send the National Guard to Chicago because the governor doesn't want it. Who cares what the governor wants? Pritzker's a fucking piece of shit anyway. And the fucking mayor, Johnson, Bradford, or Brandon, or whatever the fuck his name is, he's a piece of shit too. They have more murders in fucking Chicago on the weekend than probably most of the states put together. But they got it under control. Bullshit. You know. There, so did you see that the 37 death penalty prisoners Biden commuted to life in prison have got new terms from Trump? 23 hours of solitary every day. Good. Fine. Like I said, it just makes more sense to kill them. I mean, if I had the authority, you know, probably if I were president, I probably would be a king as more than the president because I wouldn't care. First thing I'd say is by executive order, every felony, every person convicted of a felony in prison needs to be executed tomorrow. Every one of them. Especially since most of them are, you know, they do it over and over and over again. So, you know, that's another thing too. Cut them some slack the first time they fuck up if it's real serious, like murder or rape. The second time, you get hung or shot or whatever. If you haven't learned the second time, you're never going to. And they had guys, they had one kid who was 14 years old. I think it was in Georgia. He'd been arrested and charged over 100 times. And they keep letting him out. You know, it's just a matter of time before he kills somebody. Or worse. You know. If you haven't figured out 100 times, you're not going to. It's time to, you know, cut the cord, man. In Chicago one weekend, they had 50 murders, and that was low because it was a holiday weekend. I know. It's crazy, you know. Yeah, the first thing I'd clean out the ghettos. Find out who the gang members are. I read somewhere that they had 110,000 gang members in Chicago. You know who they are. Arrest them. Kill them. And if you don't want to kill them, at least throw them out of the country. But I would prefer to have them killed because, you know, why send the problem somewhere else? Just eliminate it. And the governor has no problem with this. Obviously, they all vote Democrat. It's ridiculous. I get pissed off when I read this shit, you know. Because I'm thinking, oh, wait a minute. How does this happen? You know. Something has to change. And, you know, I know that we cut a lot of slack to blacks. I know not all blacks are criminals. Not all whites are not criminals. I don't care what color you are. If you commit the crime, that's it. You're done. You know. And right now we have a problem. A lot of blacks are killing whites just because they can. And we're letting them do it. You know. And if you kill them first, you're probably going to be in a world of shit. They'll crucify you. Oh, you'll still be alive for a while. You know. I won't let nobody take my life if I can prevent it. You know, I don't care what color you are. If you try and kill me, and I got the upper hand to kill you first, guess who's gonna die? You know, I'll deal with the law, you know, afterwards. But this is ridiculous. We have to stop catering to certain people because of their color, or their race, or their sexual identity. You know, transgenders get a pass. Why? You know, it's bullshit. I don't know. Like I said, is there ever going to fix this? Hard telling. I think Trump wants to, and maybe that's why he's cutting the. Well, he's not personally cutting the food stamps, But I don't understand why that system's not automated either. It should be. Maybe it is. And he's just saying, well, you know what, fuck them. We want to cut them off anyway. We just don't want to take credit for it. And, you know, if they get stupid and get violent, well, you know, that problem will solve itself. Well, why'd you kill him? Well, because he wanted to kill me for my food. You know. The governor, elect governor, and that, a lieutenant governor, and that mayor all say there are no problems in Chicago. All is just fine. To them, all three are just plain idiots. Oh, they are idiots. Pritzker especially, he's the biggest piece of shit. You know, I knew when I was in the golf course, the Hyatt Corporation, I think it was Hyatt, they were run by the Pritzkers, or owned by it. And Penny Pritzker, who I personally knew, multi-millionaire, I think she was his niece or something, because she was a lot younger. I actually got to talk to her. She liked me for some reason, but I was with somebody, you know. But I don't think she would have went there anyway, but she was very nice, and, you know, because I had problems with the company I was working for. There was a lot of thievery going on. And they were trying to drag me into it, and I was trying to cover my ass, so I called her and I said, you know, you need to come down here, and we need to have a sit-down, and she did. But she told me a few things about him, and he was not well liked in the family at all. Matter of fact, they basically divorced him. He's an outcast in the Pritzker family. So, you know, whatever he's doing, I'm sure he's probably crooked as hell as a governor. But the Pritzkers don't want nothing to do with him anymore. Not surprising. And he really needs a good ass kicking. Actually, probably needs a bullet, but, you know. Oh, I'm sure they're on the take. There's no doubt about it. They just said that AG Garland, Deputy AG, and FBI Director Wray all signed off on getting the phone records of Senator. Well, that's what I'm saying. I think they're going after all of them. You know, some people are saying it's Trump's enemies. Well, if you're a Democrat, you're Trump's enemy. I mean, more or less, that's true. And they would bend him over and sacrifice him in a heartbeat, you know. And there's been a lot of attempts on his life lately. And so they claim. So they might be getting desperate and thinking, we got to get rid of this guy, you know. And I tell you, if they ever succeed in killing him, I would not be surprised if civil war broke out. You know, whether you like Trump or not, he's doing a lot of good things for America. He's doing a few things that aren't so great. His affinity for the Jews has me a little concerned. But other than that, I mean, he is actually doing a lot of good things for America. Why don't they just stop all government funding to those states, cities that fail to comply? That would, well, it would, maybe. Or maybe not. Because I said the same thing. And I think Trump threatened to cut their funding. He threatened to do that up in Oregon. And they basically said, yeah, go fuck yourself. We don't need your money. So maybe they don't. I mean, who knows how corrupt they really are up there. And, you know. And what will they do to their people? I mean, who the hell knows? They're not Democrats. They're commies. Yeah, one and the same, Dave. I mean, realistically, they are, you know. They're, you know, socialist. That's a commie, basically. And they don't even try and hide it, you know. We're democratic socialists. Well, what is that exactly? Well, you know, we're progressive. Yeah, what does that mean? We want to own you and control you. That's what it means. You know, well, fuck you. You ain't doing it. It's all bullshit. It really is. Something has to break at some point, though, because we're not in a good place as Americans. We're really not. I mean, people have gone nuts. You know, people will kill you as soon as look at you now. Mostly Democrats. You know, and it's scary because, you know, I have a carry. Well, I don't need a carry permit anymore, but I still have mine. My wife has hers, and we both own guns. And I stopped carrying because I didn't feel it was that dangerous out there. Now I'm thinking maybe I better rethink that. And, you know, I can't fight anybody off. So, you know, if you fuck with me, I'm going to have to shoot you. That's all there is to it, you know. Oh, I know, John. That fucking man, Danny. And that fucking guy, why is he still breathing, too? You know. Shouldn't be. I would like to see that, Tom, to be honest with you. I don't know, if it were me, I don't know whether it be legal or not, but I'd do it anyway. I'd send the fucking army in. Forget the National Guard. I'd send the regular enlisted army in. Arrest all the fucking politicians. Declare martial law in the troubled cities and straighten it out, you know. You commit a crime, we're just going to kill you. You're not going to get a trial. You're not going to get, you know, any warnings that we're just going to die. And, you know, some of them will do it anyway, and then, well, we'll carry it out. And I think that's the only way you're going to fix it. Derek says, how are the White House and the tidy whites alike? No ballroom, one is about to change. And I don't know why they're making such a big shit over that fucking ballroom. I think it's ridiculously expensive. They say $350 million. And I guess they're tearing apart some of the White House to put it in. I don't know anything about it. I really don't care. You know. He wants a fucking ballroom? Let him have a fucking ballroom. Jim, you're lucky you live in the run them over style. No. We have a lot of freedoms here. We really do. You know. And like I said, our governor's trying to get rid of the property tax. It probably won't happen until, 27. But that's fine. At least we got something to look forward to. True ownership. And we're going to vote on it next year. And I'm pretty sure it's going to overwhelmingly, win. Like I said, what moron would vote against not having property tax? But, as I'm saying, it's just, Florida's a unique place. And we have our problems, too. But we seem to be a little more normal when it comes to crime and, taking care of business. Obama spent $400 million to put in a basketball court and some pipes. I wasn't aware of that, Derek. It's not surprising, though. I don't understand why it costs so much. I think $350 million. You could, build a whole new White House for that, right? You would think. Apparently not. And we paid. The ballroom is being paid for. That's what I thought, that Trump was paying for it, along with donors. He can afford it, And Obama tried to build a library, hundreds of millions, and failed. Had all DEI and women go. I read about that. Yeah, Biden's failed too. There's some fucking problem that he didn't get proper permits or something. They won't let him build his library. He shouldn't get one anyway. The only thing he should be getting is a fucking date with the hanging rope, Actually, him and Obama alike, but hey, what the hell I know, right? Like I said, it's just, if he just give me $500,000, I'll be set for life, And I don't give a fuck what you do after that. You blow that kind of money on something, and I'm thinking, boy, it's just $500,000. That's all I want. Actually, I'd even sell it for $100,000 at this point in time. I could get completely out of debt and, have some money left over, and I'll be fine. I don't know. It's all crazy. Well, listen, guys. It's almost 10 o'clock. We've been doing this shit all night. I gotta shut this thing down. So as usual, we talked mostly about trains. We actually did, and then we jumped into politics as usual. Anyway, we didn't talk about were tits. I'll save that for next week. Anyway, guys, thanks for hopping in. I appreciate y'all hanging out with me, and glad we all have fun and solve the world's problems on the microphone, right? And we'll see you next week. So have a fun and safe weekend. Watch out for the nutcases out there because they're everywhere. And don't forget to play with your trains, man. Good night, all. We'll see you later.